We are Black We are Sunforce.
Yesterday, Detroit won the battle of the long ball as Rajay Davis' second home run of the day, a solo shot in the 7th inning, proved to be the game winner. Tonight, right-hander Erasmo Ramirez goes to the hill, looking to keep Tampa Bay in the wild card hunt. It's the Rays and the Tigers from the Motor City next. Tonight from Detroit, Michigan, we welcome you to Comerica Park. This is Game 2 of the 3-game series between the Rays and the Detroit Tigers. Hi again, everyone. Welcome to an evening of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. Great to have you aboard. Well, after yesterday's loss, the Rays now have dropped 4 of their last 5. They've fallen 5.5 off the wild card chase, and at this point, it's all hands on deck. Evan Longoria has 5 home runs on this road trip, BA, and the Rays are going to need help from all quarters.
Well, listen, Evan has certainly been doing his part. No question about it. 5 home runs in the last 7 games. You had a big night last night or yesterday, 3 hits and a home run, and you're starting to see that snap back in the swing. Those mistakes out over the plate before were being fouled off. Now they're being driven, particularly fond of the ball that's down and out over the plate where he can be able to drop those hands. He's got his hands high. He can drop them through the zone with some authority, and he's been smoking baseballs for the Rays here in the last week or so. He's going to have to continue to do that. On the flip side, Ian Kinsler, his last 19 games, how about this? 370 average. He's got 4 home runs, 13 driven in. He leads Major League Baseball with 54 multi-hit games. We know that he's super aggressive, but in this time span, he's only struck out 3 times, only walked 3 times. So he's putting the ball in play, and right now they're finding holes.
And he has been a thorn in the Rays' side, whether he was wearing a Texas Rangers uniform or now the Detroit Tigers. He leads Detroit with 85 runs scored, hitting up in the order. Evan Longoria, the top home run hitter in this Rays lineup. Rays need a victory tonight, and they will send the right-hander Erasmo Ramirez to the hill. Rays and the Tigers are just moments away. After winning 2 out of 3 from the Tigers at Tropicana Field, the Rays dropped the first game of this series here in Detroit yesterday. So the season series even at 2 games apiece with 2 games left to play. And tonight, as the Tigers take the field and send Matt Boyd to the mound, the Rays will line them up this way. Presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Brandon Guyer will again be in the leadoff spot against a lefty. He'll be followed by Mikey Montouk and then Evan Longoria. Logan Forsythe, the American League Player of the Week, hits cleanup as Jubal Cabrera is at shortstop hitting 5th. The DH tonight will be Tim Beckham. Richie Schaefer gets a start at first base. Kevin Kiermaier hits 8th. He's at center field. And the catcher batting 9th is JP Arancibia.
And they will be going up against left-hander Matt Boyd, and he right now is looking and searching very hard for answers. On the season, a 1-5 record, 8.36 earned run average, had a couple of starts with the Toronto Blue Jays, came over here in the David Price trade, and you see the season numbers, has had trouble early in ball games. And so looking for that winning formula might be a guy the Rays can take advantage of here tonight on a couple of fronts, struggling number 1 and number 2 being left-handed. Let's take a look at the defense and see how it's going to line up behind Matt Boyd. Brought to you by BMW. In the outfield left to right, Rajai Davis, Anthony Gose, and J.D. Martinez. And across that infield third to first, Andrew Romine, Dixon Machado, Ian Kinsler, and Miguel Cabrera with James McCann back behind the plate.
Rays start tonight, 3 games under 500. They've never been as many as 4 under all year. They're at 67 and 70 right now. They have 25 games remaining in the regular season. And the wild card breakout like this. They've fallen back of Cleveland now, 5.5 back. The Indians are 5. Minnesota a game and a half, and the Angels 3.5 with New York and Texas occupying the top 2 wild card positions. All set to play ball with Matt Boyd, the young left-hander out there. And in steps Brandon Guyer. He goes after the first pitch. It'll also a high fly ball deep into left center field. Playable, however, just at the track. Anthony Gose hauls it in. That first pitch presented by Pinch-A-Penny and driven deep, but not quite deep enough.
No, but the Rays staying with their game plan of fastballs out over the plate early in counts are going to get swung at. And Brandon Guyer very close to being able to lift that ball right out of here.
Here's Mikey Montouk. He's hitting .233 in a Rays uniform with 3 home runs. Had a run batted in yesterday, giving him 7 in his time with the Rays. Pops it to the right side, foul. That will be out of play.
And Matt Boyd, he's going to attack the Rays. Fastball, slider, changeup, curveball. You can see his delivery. You know, it's a busy delivery, and he's tried to simplify it by being a little off-center, angled towards home plate. He'll take a little side step, but then that's where it gets a little bit more complicated. High leg kick, long arm swing. So he has to really concentrate on repeating that delivery, and that's been part of the problem.
Well, he's 1-5 overall, 1-3 since coming to the Tigers. This will be his 7th start with Detroit. He's 1-1 now with Montouk. And the pitch is off speed and up. 2-1.
And that's the key word, up. That's where he has a lot of problems with the secondary stuff.
That's out of play.
Has that tendency to leave those pitches up in the zone. That's why it's difficult for Matt Boyd to get a lot of ground balls and why he's been prone to the home run.
There he has a total of 52 innings or 57 innings in the majors this year. He's given up 12 home runs. And a swing and a foul-tipped strikeout. Montook is out number 2.
Oh, good-looking changeup there by Matt Boyd. He'd seen just about everything else, and then all of a sudden you come with a change at 81. You see a little bit of action on the pitch, but better arm speed, and that's what gets the swing and miss.
Here's Evan Longoria. On base 4 times yesterday, including a home run. The pitch is a strike. One and one. And our Toyota trend in the American League, highest average against lefties. Longoria third. Altuve and Bogarts each at 375. 2-1. Two balls, 2 strikes. Evan out in front of this one.
Another changeup, and this changeup kind of floats back middle in, and you can see Evan really flying out of there, trying to hammer that pitch, thinking it's a heater.
And strike 3 call. That is a fastball, catching the corner. And the Rays are up and down 1-2-3. No score. Detroit coming in to hit. Brad Ausmus puts his lineup together this way, presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Anthony Gose leads it off in center, then Ian Kinsler. Miguel Cabrera at first base hits third in front of J.D. Martinez. The Castellanos, the DH. James McCann follows. Dixon Machado is the shortstop. Andrew Romine, the third baseman, and Rajai Davis in left, hitting ninth.
Well, Erasmo Ramirez tonight making his 23rd start and looking for length. His last 2, Baltimore 4 innings. Previous start against Kansas City, just 4 1/3. Now we're used to seeing him getting deeper into games, and that will be goal number 1 here tonight.
Anthony Gose, the left-handed hitting outfielder, in the leadoff spot, and he takes the first pitch for a ball. 25-year-old right-hander Ramirez out of Nicaragua. Fly ball into left. Geyer going back, still back, turned around, and he makes the catch. Geyer had to battle that fly ball as it turned out. recovered in time to get that glove up there and make the catch.
Well, let me tell you something. This fly ball route will make no Tom Amansky videos. However, this is a bottom line business. And look at the eyes never leave. In with the twisting out there trying to track that ball down. Eyes never left the baseball, and that's why Brandon Guyer was able to make that catch as he goes to his cheat sheet. Oh, I was supposed to take a left there. Okay.
See, now he knows. Here's Ian Kinsler. He was turned around from the beginning on that.
Yeah. Well, you know, those, and we see it with infielders and pop-ups. The pop-ups, the fly balls that are directly over your head that have a little English on them, you can get yourself into trouble quick.
Counts now a ball and a strike to Kinsler. Kinsler a single and a double in the game yesterday. 1-2. And he got Kinsler to chase right there. And a strikeout for the second out.
Oh, that could be a good sign because that's something that Ian Kinsler has not been doing over his last 19 games that we highlighted in the open. Only 3 strikeouts, which is, well, odd for a guy that's as aggressive as he is. But he went well out of the strike zone there going after that pitch.
Here's Miguel Cabrera. And a foul ball chopped in front of Dave Clark, the third base coach. Cabrera leading the league in hitting at .350. Thompson on base percentage at .450. And that's a base hit to the left of Cabrera. Guyer with the pickup. Miguel Cabrera is aboard.
Well, Miguel Cabrera is strong enough to use the whole field. He hits the ball hard. He stays balanced at the plate. I think, you know, yesterday's game, the most disconcerting thing about yesterday's game was you have Evan Longoria with a 3-hit day and a home run, and Miguel Cabrera does nothing, and you lose that game. That's the part that hurts. Because the whole goal, hold Miguel Cabrera down. Makes this offense go. I mean, he's one of the best hitters, maybe the best hitter in all of baseball. You get him on a day where he doesn't do much.
J.D. Martinez chops it to third. Longoria takes it to Forsythe at second for the force. And we're headed into the second inning. Scoreless in Detroit. Leading it off here for the Rays, fresh off the American League Player of the Week honor, in which he hit .545 with the slugging percentage at .864 and the on-base percentage at .583. And he was not the first to know, not something that was on his mind, and his teammates had to remind him that he'd been named the Player of the Week. He takes the ball to start the second inning, 1-0.
And that is not surprising at all. You know, Logan focused on his job, what he needs to do to help this team win, not worried about something that already happened. Or the fact that it did happen.
Yep.
Just the kind of player he is, kind of guy he is.
What do I have to do today to help the team? A 2-ball, no strike count. There's a strike as he faces the left-hander, Matt Boyd. Forsythe chops it foul, 2-2. Logan went to high school in Memphis and then to the University of Arkansas. And has had a great year all the way around. There was even talk that at least on the infield he would be a guy who could play all over the place, and he's done some of that.
Yep.
But he's wound up playing every day and most of the time at second base. He draws a walk, and the leadoff hitter in the inning is aboard.
And we talk an awful lot about his offense and how consistent he's been. But, you know, you mentioned that second base, and his play out there has been stellar. Tremendous range, good at the feeds on the double plays, taking the feeds, turning the double plays. He's been quite the find.
Now Cabrera. The pitch is low to him. 1 ball, no strikes. You know, there are a couple of things when you think about the year that Forsythe has had compared to last year. Number one, I think he learned something about the pitchers in the American League coming over from the National League, and I don't think you can discount that. Guys changing leagues. And then he got to play pretty much every day, and that's a big step in the right direction toward consistency.
Well, it's hard to build it when it's a day on, a day off, 2 days on, 2 days off. I mean, knowing that you're going to be out there day in and day out, and he's shown the ability. Handles lefties, handles righties. Obviously, like you said, has studied up on the pitchers. Has a good plan when he gets to the plate, good at situational hitting.
Cabrera reaching, and he pops it up. Machado at shortstop. That's the first out. So with 1 on and 1 out, Tim Beckham, who is the designated hitter, will bat. You know, Beckham had been up and down between the minor leagues and the Rays, back and forth. But since the middle of August, he's hit up around 270. And that occasional power double play ball. 6-4-3. Machado with a little high toss to Kinsler, but it did not break up the rhythm. And we go to the bottom of the second, 0-0.
Let's take a look at the Rays defense to see how that's going to line up here tonight. Brought to you by BMW. Brandon Geyer, Kiermaier, and Mikey Matuk left to right in the outfield. Across that infield, third to first, Longoria, Cabrera, Forsythe, and Richie Schaefer with JP Arencibia behind the plate.
Nick Castellanos is going to lead off the DH, then James McCann and Dixon Machado. You want to know the count? Castellanos yesterday had a double and a run scored. He doubled ahead of the James McCann home run in the game yesterday. Well, Ramirez got his 10th win on the road against the Astros in Houston. Since then, a no decision against Oakland, a loss to Kansas City, and a no decision against the Orioles. And he gets Castellanos to chase that one.
And that's another thing to keep an eye on is the slider. You know, we remarked in his last start against the Orioles where it looked like he had tried to shorten up that slider and they weren't doing much. And those are some of the pitches that were getting hammered. Tonight it looks like a more traditional slider. A little bigger than the Baltimore start, not as big as we've seen for a lot of the year.
Well, he got Kinsler with one, and he gets Castellanos looking right here.
Yeah, that's jumping on a fastball. Slider down and away, it's moving away from the hitter, and then the fastball out in the same area, moving back towards the plate. Jump on it, late action, a good frame there by Arencibia, and a borderline pitch goes his way.
It'll be nice to be able to get a call out there when he needs to go there. That's a nice pitch.
Especially because you started even further away than that. And the hitter, you know, they see it that far out. They're like, just completely give up on it. All of a sudden, a little bit of late movement.
He's 1-0 to the Detroit catcher. And the slider, he lays off that one. 2-0.
And you can see that Erasmo almost trying to get, you know, his slider for the most of the year was like a sweeper. It was like a big, long cutter. The one in Baltimore looked more like a cutter. This one's got a little bit more depth to it. And that would be a good thing.
Fastball in on McCann. He fouls it the other way.
Anytime you can get a breaking ball and make it a two-plane breaking ball, so not only do you get the movement either into a lefty or away from a righty, but you get it down too.
Mm-hmm. Right side, and it bounces over Schaefer's mitt. Schaefer at first base tonight, moving to his right. And McCann got it essentially through the hole on the right side, but over the big first baseman's mitt.
Yeah, that's a do-or-die type of play, an in-between hop on a backhand that you end up just kind of stabbing at, and Richie Schaefer just missed it. Watch where this ball hits. It's kind of that in-between hop. That's a tough play, and he's just not able to come up with it.
McCann showing yesterday his willingness and his ability to hit the ball on the ground through the right side. Rays had a shift on for him in yesterday's game, and he took advantage of that. Got that one through the right side. Now Machado takes a strike. Ball, one strike. Machado, the young shortstop, 23 years old, out of Venezuela. Runner goes. Pitch hit on the ground to third. Now Longoria is going to have to go to first as they start McCann and stay away from a double play. Machado's aboard with 2 outs. Right now, let's check in with Emily.
Dwayne, it's our last chance to go gold for pediatric cancer. As you may know, September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. The Rays did their part and wore special T-shirts at batting practice earlier this month, autographed them, and they're up on RaysBaseball.com right now for you to do your part and bid on them. But here's the thing, the bidding closes tonight at 8 o'clock, so you have less than 30 minutes to bid on those autographed jerseys. Evan Longoria, Chris Archer, ladies, Kevin Kiermaier. Go to RaysBaseball.com, all benefiting pediatric cancer research.
All right, Emily, thank you. Bidding should be heavy here in the closing minutes of that auction. 1 strike to count on Romine. Way up. Aaron Sebia had to check to make sure he actually caught that pitch.
That was a priceless reaction from your catcher. Not if you're out on the mound, mind you, but anybody else. That fastball almost eluding Aaron Sebia. And look at him. What? I do have it, right? Oh, there you go.
Romine fouls it. 1-2. McCann at second. A little bit wide with that one.
Right now trying to find a handle on that changeup. We saw him trying to throw the changeup away to a righty, missing a little bit off the plate, trying to get a swing and a miss there. That ball just taking itself a little bit too far off the plate and going to probably come back with another. There you go.
And he got him with it, struck him out, leaving McCann at second. 2 strikeouts in the inning. We've gone through 2 in Detroit. No score. For you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag #SSDataStrongFan and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Schaefer, Kiermaier, and Aaron Sebia due up in the 3rd. Big cut and a miss. And there are a lot of big swings out of Richie Schaefer. He was 1 for 4 yesterday. A base hit and a strikeout. And that slow breaking ball there.
Dwayne, you've seen the movie Old School.
Yes.
And in the scene, the wedding scene, that picture of Will Ferrell on the wall behind the table, that's the look that would be on Richie's faces if you asked him if he could cut down his swing a little bit. It'd be the same look. Say, hey, have you thought about maybe with 2 strikes cutting that swing down? Just picture that photo. That's the look. Yeah.
Well, there's a cut and a miss.
Yeah, definitely the look.
And Boyd picks up his 3rd strikeout.
Well, it gets tough when a guy goes with a changeup. You try to lengthen the swing and slow it up enough to try to make contact, and that ball just kind of sails off the plate and has you out in front.
Well, Kevin Kiermaier up here against the lefty. Line drive. There's a base hit into center.
Double.
And a big turn at first. Goes over to come up with it, moving to his right. And Kiermaier has himself a single at his first at bat. First hit of the game for the Rays.
Well, doing a better job of staying in there on the lefties. And always a danger. You know, Anthony Gose out in center field. You've got to get over to that ball quick and get it in quick, or you know where Kiermaier will be.
J.P. Arancibia. He unloaded a 5th inning home run yesterday. He hit 22 for Durham, has 3 for the Rays. He got ahead 2-0 in the 5th inning yesterday and hit that one out.
He said that was the longest home run by a Ray this year.
There's a strike call. Slow breaking ball. And a big cut and a foul-tipped strikeout. Well, he was trying to launch one there. 0-2 and is out on strikes.
Yeah, and not going to cut down on his swing either. And he sees a pitch down where you see him just come unwound. That is a powerful, big swing and foul tipped into the glove. Well, now we'll see if Kevin Kiermaier wants to press his luck with the lefty on the mound. You've seen him steal a lot of bags against righties. Like to get him into scoring position.
And a move to first. A couple of unsuccessful attempts to run on Boyd since he's been in the big leagues.
You still get the feeling with that leg kick, you know, long arm swing, should have a chance.
He's going and is caught. Throw down to second, and he is out there. So he was headed to second base, and Boyd goes over to first to do the pickoff, the caught stealing. The Rays do not score in the 3rd. Let's go places. By Outback Steakhouse Curbside Takeaway. By Morgan Auto Group. And by Circle K with all your snacking needs. The ballpark in Detroit, Comerica Park, home of the Detroit Tigers. Rays in the middle game of their series against the Tigers. And they have Erasmo Ramirez on the hill to face Rajay Davis, who had a big day yesterday. 2 home runs, including the home run that ultimately decided the game. That came in the 7th. Here's the first home run off Drew Smyly.
Yeah, and the other thing about this ball game is the home runs by Davis, because a two home run game, but it was home runs number 5 and 6 on the season. Well, you know what? It was 2 hanging breaking balls that stayed up in the zone, and he didn't obviously miss either one. Oh boy!
There's a drive hit deep into left center field. Geyer to the wall, and he's hit this one out. So Davis hits his 3rd home run of this series. He has 5 at-bats in this series and 3 home runs, and it's 1-0 Detroit.
Watch the pitch sinking right down into the swing. I mean, tee off, down and in. High finish, deep shot.
That's the 15th home run given up by Ramirez this year. And a bunt down the third base side, rolling foul, and picked up by Longoria. So the home runs given up by Ramirez. He's given up 11 now in his last 13 starts, after giving up just 4 in his first 17 appearances, including 10 starts in those games.
And really, when you look at the way Ramirez has pitched, it's not all that surprising. Reason being is because we've seen him more efficient this year than any point in his career. And when a guy is averaging fewer than 15 pitches an inning, he's not wasting time. He's throwing a lot of strikes. When you're throwing a lot of strikes and you don't have overpowering stuff, you will give up home runs. That's the bottom line. You just try to keep them to solo shots. You can live with those.
That's a strike. 0-2 to Gose. And strike 3. Cutting a miss on that one. Away from him.
Well, another changeup. Started on the outer edge, let it drop off. See if a hitter will go after it and expand that zone. That's something that Erasmo very good at against left-handed hitters. He really holds them down, and the big reason why is because of that changeup.
That home run breakdown for Ramirez.
Well, if you look too, look at the percent of hitters' swings against Erasmo on the first pitch, through the roof compared to any other time in his career. Again, it goes back to the efficiency. More strikes, more swings.
Hot shot, foul.
Get it, get it.
Tigers with a run on 3 hits. Shortstop backhanded by Cabrera, and a nice play and a good pick on the other side by Schaefer. Nicely done.
It's all about understanding the timing of a play, timing and position on the field. That's why it's such a great play. Cabrera realizing a chopper in the hole, look how quickly he gets rid of it. I don't have time to set my feet. I don't have time to do anything but field it and then flip it over there and hope my first baseman makes a play, and that's what he did. Played a few games out there.
Miguel Cabrera bounces it foul. Yeah, those are pretty plays. Anytime you get a shortstop moving to his right toward the hole, glove it, know that he's got to get rid of it, and does quickly, and you've got a first baseman. Usually it's Loney who you have a lot of confidence in. This time it's Schaefer who on the receiving end did a nice job to complete that play.
Yeah, if Cabrera takes one extra step to set his feet and get more on the throw,
might as well not even throw it.
He's safe. That's right. But you've got to know that. You have to have that feel. It's the intangibles of the game.
1-2 now on Cabrera. He's out on strikes. So 2 strikeouts in the inning. The home run by Rajai Davis. It's 1-0 Detroit. Third home run under his belt in tonight's game and all season. Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. Top of the order, Rays with a couple of base runners, but a double play and a caught stealing. And they've sent just the minimum number to the plate through the first 3. And Geyer fouls the first pitch out of play, leading off the 4th. And an attempt at the curveball, and not much bite on that one. A 1-1 count. Popped up right side. This is Cabrera. 1 out in the 4th as the Rays face Matt Boyd, the 24-year-old lefty. Born in Seattle. Went to school at Oregon State. And he was part of the deal the Tigers made that sent David Price to Toronto. And the curveball is a ball, 1-0. Daniel Norris, a big part of that deal. We saw him earlier this year with Toronto, 2-0. So the Tigers got 3 young pitchers in that deal for David Price. Fly ball right field. Martinez on the run to the wall. It's going to be off the bottom of the wall and bounces by him. Montauk will get 3 on this, and he'll do it standing up.
Wow, I mean, that ball well struck by Mikey Montauk out to right field, but J.D. Martinez playing this into a triple. This ball's going to carry. It's going to get over his head as he lifts that ball out into right field with authority. But watch J.D. Martinez. Just kind of pulls up as this ball, look at him, just that ball gets by him. And now he's got to turn around and chase it. All that extra time allowed Montauk to get to third base.
First triple for Montauk. Infield comes up with Evan Longoria in the batter's box. Evan shoots it into left. Davis will go back and leap to make the catch. Tag at third. Montauk's going to score to tie this game. Davis with a leaping grab out there in left. Sacrifice fly, as it turns out. And another look.
Well, good thing that Davis was playing deep, because that ball was ripped by Evan Longoria and still had to scramble back and make a very nice catch on a ball that had some velo on it.
Here's Logan Forsythe. The pitch is wide. Logan walked in the second inning. One and one.
Well, second time through. The Rays now have seen Matt Boyd. Everybody at the plate still watching him from the dugout. Probably have a pretty good idea now what the pitches do, what he's trying to do. And this is where you'd like to see him make their move. Already a couple of hard hit balls here in this inning.
A 2-1 count to Logan Forsythe. And a good look at that one for ball 3.
That was a close pitch. Very close pitch. I'm sure Matt Boyd thinking that's a strike and it should be 2-2.
Now the count is full. If Forsythe could keep the inning going, it would give us Asdrubal Cabrera a chance. Lifted toward right center. Anthony Ghost, the center fielder, closing. The Rays will settle for the run. Montauk a triple, and Longoria on the fly ball got him home to tie it at 1.
Detroit. A couple more September call-ups for the Rays. Nick Franklin and Andrew Bellotti are back in the Tampa Bay lineup just yet. Both of these players battling injuries this season. Franklin said he was able to find his swing down in Durham and got his batting average up to 266 rather. Bellotti had a couple of stints for the Rays this season. Kevin Cash said he's very deserving of this call-up, and he should be able to help out of the bullpen because of his capability of throwing 2 innings.
So the Rays had 2 more, and there's a possibility we'll see a couple more before this regular season concludes.
Well, I like the fact now that the Rays have their bullpen stocked to where if they get into that 21-inning game, they're covered. They're covered. No position players will have to pitch until 23rd, 24th maybe, and that's always a plus.
Yeah, they could almost go man-to-man.
Hey, it's September, and that's what you do. We were talking about it over lunch that in the ball game a couple days ago, the Dodgers playing the Anaheim or Los Angeles Angels, 7-5 ball game, and Don Mattingly, the last 9 outs of the ball game, used 6 pitchers.
Yeah. You know, there does seem to be something just intrinsically wrong about expanded rosters in September. You know, it's great for young players to get up, get some big league time, and, you know, for teams to see firsthand, you know, some of these younger players. But at the same time, you know, that stretch drive, in many ways, really the biggest and most important month of the year.
Yeah.
That pennant drive, and suddenly you've got more people than you know what to do with.
You play for 5 months, you play by a certain set of rules. And then in the most important month, the money month, a completely different set of rules. You can bring the one guy up that his only job is going to be go out there and steal second base. And then this, I mean, it's quite frankly ludicrous that you would do that. And like you said, the most important month of the season. But those are the rules. They apply to all teams, and so you go with it.
3-2 here on J.D. Martinez. And, you know, it's interesting because you have clubs that are out of the race, and they want to use that time. That's valuable time for those teams. And if you have teams in the race, well, they'll use those players and match them up, as you just pointed out with the Dodgers right there. But it does seem strange that you spend most of the year with the roster size being 25. And then the final month of the year, it's 40.
Oh, and some teams trying to figure out what they have for next year are running a tryout, playing teams that are in the race.
You know, it's interesting, too, to see how it's changed as Martinez obligingly runs this long at bat. Bill Verdon, the great center fielder for the Cardinals and Pirates, and then managed the Yankees and the Astros and the Expos, his take on it when he managed was he didn't want too many extra players because he'd be tempted to use them. And they may not be ready to always be used in that situation. Here's Cabrera making a nice play on a hard hit ball, and J.D. Martinez is the first out in the 4th. But I think the attitude has changed. What we've seen, contending teams, and certainly the Rays are one of them, the Rays will take advantage of any quarter you give them. They will take advantage of it and figure out a way to make it work. And they've done that with young players in the final month, to the point of picking guys who can maybe do one thing really well and look for that spot for that player. It just makes sense that way.
Yep. If it's allowed, you'd be doing a disservice.
Yeah.
You know, if you didn't do it. Now the question is there enough of a mild rumble turning into a roar where that will be changed down the road? You certainly hear it talked about enough. But while it's in place and while you can do that, you'd be remiss not to. I mean, everybody else is. You want to contend and you want to be able to play the matchup game, then you have to also. But it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do for the game.
2 strikes here on Castellanos. You know, sometimes you hear about, well, if you expand rosters, expand them to 30. Maybe you carry more than that, but each night you designate a number of players who will be eligible for that night and who might not be.
Yeah.
You know, that's one way you could go.
I love that idea. So that way, if you're like, hey, listen, I want to give, these guys the taste of the big leagues because we may be counting on them next year. Okay, fine, do that. But when the game starts at 7:08 or 7:10 or 7:05, you've got these 30. The other ones are it's like football. Get your 53-man roster. When Sunday comes around, you got 45. The other 8, they can be practice and do all that stuff, but not on game day. They're inactive.
Yeah.
And so you do the same thing with baseball.
And I could see where something like that could work, and you would still give service time, from that point of view, from the labor point of view. Okay, work that out, do that. But each night you might only have a 30-man roster, which somehow seems a little more palatable than expanding it all the way out to 40 if you wanted it. Castellanos not sure that call was palatable. Called out on strikes. You got him looking away in the second. And again here, almost identical pitch. Second time around in the 4th inning.
Well, we've often said you don't have to like the call, but you do have to abide by it. And that means you take your equipment back to the dugout. And yourself, too.
Here's McCann. James McCann, the catcher, taking a pitch away off the plate. 1-0. And a strike dropping in. 1-1. 2 outs, bases empty. A 1-1 tie. 6 strikeouts tonight for Ramirez. And he's ahead of the catcher, McCann, 1-2.
I like what we've seen out of that slider. A 2-plane pitch. Something that Erasmo's been tinkering with and working on.
Now it's 2-2. Well, it gives him, a pitch to work with that goes one way, and most of the time that changeup's going to go the other way. Tap to short. Cabrera with the throw to first, and it's a 1-2-3 fourth. On to inning 5. Rays 1, Tigers 1. Is the Geico great moment in history on this date in 1998. Cardinal first baseman Mark McGwire connecting off right-hander Steve Traxel against the Cubs. 341 feet, a line drive over the left field fence. That's number 62 of the season, and that broke the single-season home run mark of 61 set by Roger Maris in 1961. The Rays are looking at the left-hander Matt Boyd, 24 years old. They have one run off him and a couple hits. And here's Asdrubal Cabrera. First pitch, and he bounces it foul past Charlie Montoyo. Out of play, 1-1. Now Boyd not that far removed from his college days, just 24. He was in the College World Series with the Oregon State Beavers in 2013. He's ahead of Cabrera, 1-2. Still the ball, 2 strikes. Originally drafted by the Reds, didn't sign. Then the Blue Jays in that June 2013 draft, and actually has spent some time in the Tampa Bay area. Pitched at Dunedin for parts of the last couple of years. A little popper, right side, foul ball. Martinez digging, but will not be able to get there. Ball dropped before J.D. Martinez could close in completely. So it's still a ball, 2 strikes. Away, 2-2. And the battle here is Cabrera fouls the fastball back. Boyd's win came against Kansas City. He pitched 7 innings of 1-run, 7-hit baseball against Kansas City on the 5th of August. Tapper to third. Romine throws a strike to first base in time to get the hustling Cabrera. 1 away here in the 5th. Reminder, fans, the perfect addition to any window is the DJ Kitty Plush Window Cling, presented by Tradewinds Island Resorts. All fans can take one home with them while supplies last this Saturday when the Rays take on the Red Sox. For tickets, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up. Tim Beckham, 1-0 the count. He grounded into a double play his first time. One and one. Breaking ball there. One ball, 2 strikes. Well, the Rays got the triple from Montauk in the 4th inning. J.D. Martinez helped with that situation. And then Longoria got him home on the fly ball to deep left that Davis made the leaping catch on. And that is strike 3 call. Fastball against Beckham looking.
Now that is right at the bottom of the zone. We saw a pitch like this earlier, actually against Logan Forsythe, not called, but Matt Boyd driving that ball downhill right on the corner is able to get it for out number 2. Oh, and for Tim Beckham, what were you going to do with that pitch anyway? Maybe foul it off. That was about it. That was a plus fastball.
Schaefer takes a big cut right there. Continues to take that big swing.
I can't get the picture now out of my mind. I've ruined it.
It's 1-1. Pitch biting down out of the zone. Schaefer played third base yesterday, had a hit, 1 for 4, playing first base tonight. And there's a high fly ball into left. Will it have enough carry back to the track? And Davis makes the catch. The Rays are out 1-2-3 in the 5th. Through 4.5 in Detroit, it's a 1-1 ball game. It's a 1-1 ball game, and fans don't miss tomorrow's Wednesday night showdown presented by Mazda. Jay Coterizzi will be after his 7th win, and another young left-hander, Kyle Lobstein, will do the pitching for Detroit. We'll be with you at 6:30. Dixon Machado fouls the first pitch for a strike. One and one. Three hits and a run for the Tigers. 2 hits and a run for the Rays. Machado lofts it down the right side. That will be out of play. Montook and Schaefer after that one. And Schaefer made a nice effort to get all the way down there from first base.
Yeah, they had that covered. That ball's anywhere near fair territory, and it's caught by somebody.
Now 1-2. Look out, the bat toward the on-deck circle as he strikes out. Romine had to get out of the way of that bat end over end. Strikeout number 7 for Ramirez.
Well, Machado gets spread out, not much on the stride, trying to put that ball in play, and was way out in front and going after a teammate.
Andrew Romine fouls it away. 1 strike. Ramirez had 7 strikeouts against the Orioles in Baltimore on the 30th of May. Had 7 strikeouts against the Indians at home on the 30th of June. And 7 strikeouts tonight here in Detroit.
And only a 4 1/3 into the ballgame. Got a chance to really add to that total, and I'll tell you, he's had good stuff. I love what we've seen out of the slider. The changeup's been good. And actually, think about a couple of those backdoor fastballs. Think Castellanos. Started off, get him to give up on it, catch the outside corner. The changeup's away from the lefties. The good sliders away from the righties. It's all been working.
And that's a strike call. Fastball, and Romine is caught looking for strikeout number 8.
And those are the kind of strikeouts you'll get when the secondary stuff is going so well, because now all of a sudden you'll convince these Tiger hitters with 2 strikes it's going to be the changeup, especially if you're left-handed. And all of a sudden you find yourself starting to think maybe this is going to, well, you end up taking a fastball right down the middle because too much is going through the mind at the plate.
So an 8 strikeout night so far. And a strike to Rajai Davis. Down the left side, pulled foul out of play. Another home run by Davis tonight. It came in the 3rd.
Well, this time on a fastball working its way down and in, and Rajai Davis deposits that over the field out in left center field.
Two up, 2 down in the 5th, both on strikeouts. Lifted up the right side, that's out of play. And a cut and a miss. Ramirez strikes out the side. He gets Machado, Romine, and now Davis swinging. 9 strikeouts in a 1-1 game. In Detroit, Rajai Davis opened the scoring with his third home run of the series already. That came in the third. In the fourth, Mikey Montauk tripled, and then Evan Longoria sent Davis to the track to make that leaping catch to get Montauk home to tie the game. And to this point, Erasmo Ramirez has taken care of the rest.
Well, he really has, and you know, you'd be hard-pressed to even say that that was a mistake to Rajai Davis. It's just a fastball, you know, moving down and in, and Davis put a good swing on it. But outside of that, I mean, he's been good with the fastball, good with the changeup, good with the slider, and he's had to be, because Boyd is getting it done too.
Here's Kevin Kiermaier, and he takes a breaking ball in there for a strike. Kiermaier, the last 21 games, the subject of our Buick big matchup, and he has been very, very good. That in many ways coincided with the thumb injury, and he's taken his at-bats to another level. Trying to wait on that breaking ball, and fouls it. Now it's 1-2.
Well, we've seen him when he gets to these situations just try to put the ball in play. Just battle to try to put the ball in. If you do get a mistake, you can drive it. But other than that, borderline pitches, just try to put the ball in play and beat it out with your foot speed. You know, he's realizing what an asset the speed is. And you put the ball in play and you can beat out those infield hits. I don't know if you're up in the count 2-0 and you feel like turning it loose, you can do that too. I think being out there every day also helps.
Too close there. Fastball, and the count is full. And there's ball 4, and the Rays have speed at first.
Now that
Kiermaier on for the second time.
Huge mistake by Matt Boyd. You're up 1-2 in the count. You miss with 3 straight fastballs to the lefty, and you're right. You put instant speed over at first base, about to go through the lineup for the third time.
J.P. Arancibia will bat. And a move to first.
Once again.
He got him the first time around when he singled. Caught him off first. Caught stealing. Boyd Cabrera to Machado. One and 0 now. Boyd has fallen behind Arancibia. 2-0, working from the stretch with Kiermaier over at first and nobody out.
Well, and you look at the last 3 fastballs to Kiermaier, these first 2 pitches to Arancibia, and I think Kiermaier has a part in those 2, but starting to nibble. Where before he was attacking the zone, now starting to nibble.
And a big cut, a foul ball back at that one. You know what Arancibia was thinking about there?
Well, he is a former Blue Jay, so it makes perfect sense.
Kiermaier has drawn the second walk of the game, issued by Boyd. We're in the top half of the 6th inning. Upstairs, that one floated high. Well, out of the stretch, and these pitches have been different here to Aaron Sebia with Kiermaier aboard. Hot shot foul into the seats. Count is full. And a high foul out of play. Well, Kiermaier went to 3-2 and walked. Aaron Sebia now at 3-2, fouling off a pitch. And fouls another one back, a fastball. Forcing another pitch here on 3-2. At the top of the order, Brandon Guyer waiting on deck. Boyd, a long look in that time. I'm not sure if he added a couple of pitches to his repertoire to go through. And another move over to first. Kiermaier back in. With Kiermaier walking to lead off the sixth, Aaron Sebia is having the longest at bat of the game, regardless of the number of pitches thrown. Boyd has slowed it way down here. And a chop through the right side of the infield. Kiermaier is going to go to third without a problem. And the Rays will have men at first and third and nobody out.
Well, Aaron Sebia, in cutting down the swing, he just stuck the bat out. He stuck the bat out, made contact right here. Just pop it that way. Miguel Cabrera coming off of first base, not the swiftest of foot. And so you just chop that ball in the hole. There's nobody there. And the Rays really have something working here. First and third and nobody.
And that's Brad Ausmus out to make the pitching change. With men at first and third, nobody out in a tie game. Brought to you by Checkers. Epic meals, epic deals. By Grow Financial. Don't go through life, grow through life. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Kiermaier, who walked, is now at third. Aaron Sebia at first. Al Albuquerque is the new pitcher. Brandon Guyer due, but Grady Sizemore will come on to pinch hit against the right-hander Albuquerque.
Well, in 50 strikeouts in 55 innings, but also 30 walks.
And Sizemore misses the first pitch. That's a strike.
Well, and the Rays set up perfectly here to take the lead. First and third, nobody out. You've got to score here. You'd like to score multiple times, but minimum, you got to get that runner in from third.
Inside, 1-1. Albuquerque heavy on that slider. Turned out to be the winning pitcher in yesterday's game, won by the Tigers 5-4. And he gets a strike. 1-2. Low, covered by McCann. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Albuquerque out of the Dominican Republic. Sizemore asking for time, getting it from the plate umpire Chris Siegel. Ground ball, that's going to go through the left side. Kiermaier scores, the Rays lead 2-1. So a pinch hit RBI single for Sizemore. And the Rays grab the lead in the 6th inning.
Well, and I'm sure that Grady Sizemore, you ask him what he's trying to do here, and he's trying to put the ball in play. After that pitch right there, took it to 2 strikes. All of a sudden now, you're just thinking, put the ball in play and get that run in. They're conceding the run up the middle, and that's exactly what he does. And he finds a hole. So, bonus, base hit.
Mikey Montook with Sizemore at first, and Aaron Sebia now the runner at second. Montook puts down a bunt. McCann's going to go to third, out there and over to first, safe. Montook just beat the play back in at first. So the ball bunted fair, and McCann got the force down to third on Aaron Sebia.
Well, 2 things, and the bunt didn't get far enough away from home plate, and oh, by the way, it was bounced right up, maybe off the plate into fair territory, so it gave James McCann an easy ball to handle.
With 1 out and 1 run home, the Rays have Sizemore at second, Montook at first, and Evan Longoria coming to the plate. Evan drove in the first run with that fly ball to deep left in the 4th inning. There's a strike. Ground ball, that's going to go through the hole. Sizemore is going to dig for the plate. The throw's cut off, and the Rays now lead 3-1. So another ground ball that found its way through the left side. Longoria driving in his 2nd run of the night.
How many? That's the third this inning. You just keep finding holes, one on the right side, two on the left. This one eluding the dive of Machado. And the Rays continue to build that lead. Well, and that was after the leadoff 1-2 walk that got this all started.
Pitch down and away, darting that way. And Forsythe. 1-0. A 2-run inning and a 3-1 lead. The lefty Gorzolani is up in the bullpen. Logan ahead in the count. Two and one. Missing a slider. Fly ball the other way. Martinez will go back for this one, and that's going to be a one-hopper to the wall. Montauk heads to the plate. There will be no play on him, and the Rays get another run. Martinez thought that ball was going to be off the wall, and it never reached the wall.
We've seen a couple of plays out there where J.D. Martinez has, you don't want to say misplayed, maybe misplayed. I mean, certainly the one ball that he overran, then this one he gives up on that never gets there. And my only question would be is how is Evan Longoria only on second? This ball one hop in the wall, bounding way up in the air. I mean, even if you're going to tag up and start to read it there, Montauk's already at second. He's going to come all the way around to score, and Evan ends up just on second base.
Four to one now. That run charged to Albuquerque. And here's Asdrubal Cabrera. And a balk. Albuquerque was going to throw to first and realized that Cabrera was off the bag with runners at first and second. So a balk will put both men into scoring position. And now Osmus comes out, and that's going to be it for Albuquerque. So another call to the bullpen for Detroit. We'll be back in a moment. in the 6th inning, and now have 2 men in scoring position. And we'll see the third Detroit pitcher of the night. Tom Gorzelani. Matt Boyd worked 5+, charged with 3 runs, 3 hits. Albuquerque on for a third, 3 hits and a run, responsible for 2 on as he leaves. And as Jubal Cabrera due up, will go to the other side of the plate here and hit right-handed. Albuquerque out of the game. And he'll face the left-hander Gorzelani against the lefty Matt Boyd. Cabrera 0 for 2 tonight. Ground ball down to third. Now Longoria's caught off third. The throw to the plate. He's tagged out. And on that play, Forsythe moves over to third. So Longoria, the ball scooped by Romine, and Longoria a couple of steps off the bag. Kind of frozen out there.
Oh, here it is. Romine making the scoop. And then here he goes. Just catches Evan. There's nothing he can do besides head home and then to flip the tag. And they erase that potential run down there at third. Heads up play by Romine.
So now instead of second and third, it's first and third. And Tim Beckham. That's a strike. Beckham was called out on strikes in the 5th inning. That was against Boyd. Now he faces another lefty. Up the middle, and it's off the glove of Machado. That will get Forsythe home. And the Rays make it a 4-run game, 5-1. Beckham gets it through the infield to drive in the run.
Well, just a lot of well-placed balls by the Rays this inning. This ball, one hop. Machado close enough for the dive, close enough for off the end of the glove, but they've all been finding the holes here in the 6th inning, and the Rays have been able to really blow this game open.
There's Richie Schaefer. Strike at the knees. Schaefer hit a towering fly ball to the warning track and left in the 5th, struck out in the 3rd. Chopper foul. 0-2. More action in the bullpen for the Tigers. Boyd worked 5+. Albuquerque a third of an inning. Now Gorzelani. And a big cut and a miss. So Schaefer's out on strikes. The Rays send 9 men to the plate. And they break a 1-1 tie with 4. They lead 5-1. As promised earlier in the game, we've selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag #SSDataStrongFan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. There's Grady Sizemore taking over in left field. Sizemore delivered an RBI single in the top of the frame. Anthony Ghost leads it off, and the first pitch is lined into left center for a base hit. Kiermaier cuts it off and gets it back to second in a hurry on one hop, and there's a base hit by Ghost.
Well, and another example of why Kevin Kiermaier is the best center fielder in the game. That's a ball shot out into the gap. He's shot out of a cannon to cut it off, and then throwing that ball on the run to prevent Anthony Ghost from even thinking about getting to second. I mean, like an infielder. You keep the speed over at first base.
It's the fourth hit allowed by Erasmo Ramirez. And here's Ian Kinsler. 1-0. Ramirez starting his third time through the order. Kinsler has struck out and grounded out to short. Kinsler's hit by the pitch. Now the Tigers, in the span of 3 pitches, have 2 men on base. And wait a moment, we might get a little consultation here between Tim Timmons and Chris Siegel. And out of the dugout pops Brad Ausmus. So the number one question, was he hit or not? If he was, did he make any attempt to get out of the way?
He's saying I got him swinging.
How about that? So that's going to be a strike.
Well, changeup gone awry. You can see the hips open and the swing called. How about that?
Well, the Rays will take that.
Yeah. Well, something that happened to Kurt Casale earlier this season.
Yeah, the Rays took that, shouldn't have, in the case of Casale. And now a ground ball base hit to the right side. Ghost will stay at second. So Kinsler hits his way aboard.
And he was just down there telling Tim Timmons, now that's a swing. That's called a swing. Not what you saw.
And Jim Hickey makes a quick trip to the mound. So after the 4-run inning to give the Rays the lead, Ramirez in a bit of trouble here in the bottom half of the 6th.
Well, he had a long wait. That last half inning took a long time, and Ramirez here coming out not nearly as sharp. Not only in giving up the hit to Ghost that was out over the plate, then he, for all intents and purposes, hits Ian Kinsler before giving up a hit to him. So that Rays will get that 10 going.
Matt Andriese had been up last inning briefly, and you can see some action down there now. Here's Miguel Cabrera. Strike at the knees.
Well, the sequence that he threw out at Cabrera in his last at-bat, finishing him with 94-mile-an-hour fastball swing and a miss, and then a swing and a miss at an 83-mile-an-hour changeup to pick up the strikeout. Impressive.
It's 1-1. Cabrera singled in the first, came into the game hitting 350, and the Tigers right back with 2 men on in front of him. Two balls and a strike.
Not want to start venturing down this path. 2 runners already aboard, the power coming up, and bad counts.
That's a strike. Got the fastball, and the count is 2-2. Immediate threat by Detroit after the Rays have taken the lead. Ghost back at second. Kinsler's at first.
There could be a lot of reasons for that move too. Trying to catch Ghost too far off. Rethinking the pitch selection.
Two, and it's foul. He went with the fastball. J.D. Martinez, and whose dangerous bat is on deck. Fly ball, short center. Kiermaier's going to have a drop in front of him, and the bases are going to be loaded. Kiermaier came charging in. Ghost wasn't sure if Kiermaier would get there or not. And the bases are loaded on the single dropped into short center by Cabrera.
Now let's take a look and see where Kevin Kiermaier is playing, because with Miguel Cabrera over in right center and a little deeper, and that's the only reason that ball is able to fall in. A full swing by Cabrera. We see that all the time. The big sluggers take the full swing. They don't hit the ball as hard as you think they might, and they're able to fall in. And now how about that? A 5-1 lead for the Rays, and the first 3 Tigers are aboard.
So Erasmo Ramirez departs. Back with a new pitcher in a moment. Into the 6th with the Rays leading 5-1. Miguel Cabrera getting the base hit, dropping it in short center. And that chases Ramirez.
Well, let's take a look at that sequence. Ramirez obviously turns out to be his last hitter, trying to stay down in a way. Very good start. Then takes the slider off the plate. Another fastball off. Needs to get a strike here. And boy, does he get a quality one to get to 2-2. Now all of a sudden trying it again. Cabrera able to go out and spoil it. This ball running back in. It jams Cabrera. That's where you get the poor contact. But he drops it right in front of Kiermaier, and that loads the bases.
Matt Andriese, the new pitcher, on for the 20th time. 13th time out of the bullpen, and boy, what a situation he inherits. Bases loaded, nobody out, and J.D. Martinez at the plate.
Well, and with that 4-run lead, all you're thinking is limit the damage. You'd love to get out of this giving up nothing, but limit the damage.
First pitch is away. 1-0 to count. And a long one to left, down the line. That's a foul ball. That's what you fear the most.
And you know what? All you had to, you know how they say the hitter will let you know? J.D. Martinez let you know. He started down the first base line and immediately pulled up, seeing that it was going to hook foul, and thank goodness, because that was a hanger. He was too quick, and realizing that's not going to work out. Thank goodness.
And he fouls it the other way, out of play. 1-2.
The last two pitches you want to stay away from going forward.
Well, now, make a great pitch.
Yeah, right? Make the adjustment, put him away. I like it.
Up and in, 2-2.
That just sets up the breaking ball down and away.
He fouls it out of play up the right side. Middle part of the Detroit order. And a foul ball right back into the screen.
Aaron Sabia right now talking to Matt Andriese, saying, hey, listen, what's your best ground ball pitch? And where do you want me to set up? That's what you need right here. A ball on the ground. And Andriese more than capable of getting it.
And Martinez, the guy who does hit the ball in the air a lot. So that's the battle going on here. 2-2. Fouled away again. Fastball. Andriese pitched the 8th yesterday. On in the 6th tonight. And that is ball 3.
Well,
just down. Here we go, 3-2. And he walks him. That forces home Ghost. Now it's 5-2. So the walk, Martinez gets credit for the run batted in. And Kevin Cash out. Another move to the Rays bullpen. We'll be right back. Brought to you by SunTrust. New checking options that work as hard as you do. By Kubota. For more information or to find a participating dealer, go to FloridaKubotaDealers.com. And by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Series situation here in Detroit with the Rays leading 5-2. The bases loaded, nobody out, and Alex Colomé will get the call. You can see how good he's been his last 17 times out.
Well, and what you're looking for here is the swing and miss type of stuff. You need some power. You need the ability to get outs without the ball being put into play. Bad enough that the Tigers led this inning off with three straight hits, but then you get that run scored without having to put the ball in play. You'd like to pick up a couple outs like that too.
Castellanos twice called out on strikes against Ramirez. And he goes after the first pitch, a fastball fouling it out of play. A couple of grand slams for Castellanos.
Where did you come up with that? I don't see anything.
A one-strike count. He has his season's quota.
That's it.
Swing and a miss.
Well, there's that ability to get the swing and a miss. Need one more.
And Sebia asking for time, granted by Chris Siegel. He got him. Strike three call. Third time tonight Castellanos has been called out on strikes. The first two were away. This one in.
It was supposed to be away. That was the old backup slider that works out. Staying right on the inside edge, and there's one of those outs. Nothing put in play, no movement.
One out with the bases loaded, and here's James McCann. And McCann hit by the pitch. Off comes the helmet. And they want to check him over to make sure he's okay. Tiger training staff will follow him to first.
Now that ball right off the helmet sure sounded like took it right off. Yeah. Wow. Scary up there. And that was another slider backing up, way up.
So that forces Kinsler home. That makes it 5-3. So McCann hit by a pitch in the helmet. Tyler Collins will now pinch hit for Machado. And the pitch to him is a strike. So Machado is lifted. Ground ball foul.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Omar Vizquel not come up with a ground ball clean.
Well, you don't get much better than Vizquel with those great hands.
He doesn't look real happy about it.
He's a matter of personal pride. A near miss. It's 1-2. So all 3 runs charged to Ramirez. And a cut and a miss. Collins out on strikes. 2 outs now.
Well, off speed once again, and I tell you what, the ability to pick up a couple outs here via the strikeout, such a huge plus, and that's why it's always great to have those swing and miss guys coming out of the pen. And Alex Colomé, outside of that pitch that just got away from him up to McCann, has been on the mark. One more.
Andrew Romine. That's a cut to miss. He's been out twice on strikes when hitting infielder. One and one. Alex Colomé in the game here in the 6th. The Rays built a 5-1 lead. It's now 5-3 with the bases loaded and 2 outs. Ground ball, that's going to go through. Base hit into left. Cabrera scores. Now they're going to get a man caught between second and third. A run's going to score while the rundown takes place. And boy, there was a chance to prevent that tying run from scoring. But Longoria had his back to the plate and his attention focused on the runner between second and third. And so that 5-1 lead disappears. It's 5-5. Sixth, and the Tigers answer with 4 in the bottom of the inning. We go to the 7th. It's 5-5. So the starting pitchers out of this game in regards to the record. Ramirez worked 5+, charged with 4 runs. Boyd 5+, 3 runs. And at the moment, the pitchers of record would be Gorzolani and Colomé. Josh Wilson in the game at third. Romine goes over to play short. Machado lifted for the hitter. And it's Kevin Kiermaier leading off against the lefty. One ball, no strikes. 7th inning in Detroit, tied at 5. 2-0.
Well, you start thinking about the way that the 6th inning started. Kiermaier aboard on a walk. Get him out there again.
There's a strike. It's 2-1. Rays sent 9 men to the plate in their 6th. And the Tigers sent 8 men to the plate. That evens the count at 2-2.
But Kevin Kiermaier, who's still building up that ability to face left-handed major league pitching, getting a tough angle to work with here is Gorzolani, kind of across the body, a lower 3/4 arm angle.
And a cut and a miss at that pitch from that angle. So Kiermaier, the 2nd strikeout recorded by Gorzolani.
We're just not comfortable for a left-handed hitter to face Gorzolani.
Brad Ausmus out of the dugout again, with Aaron Sebia due up. Pitching change on the way for Detroit. We'll be right back. Fans, don't miss tomorrow's Wednesday night showdown presented by Mazda. We'll be with you at 6:30 right here on Sun Sports. Neftali Feliz, the new pitcher. On for the 39th time.
Well, certainly vulnerable as you see the ERA at 7.23.
J.P. Arancibia. And the first pitch is a strike.
And certainly powerful when you see the miles per hour on that heater at 97.
Feliz spent a little more than a month on the disabled list earlier this year with an abscess in his right side. Picked up after Texas designated him for assignment. Broken bat and a foul ball. Well, that bat split in half. Part of it landed behind the mound. The ball fouled up the first base side.
Turned into a lightsaber. The ball backing up. Yikes.
A 1-2 count on Arancibia and a new bat in hand. Two and two. Liner up the right side. That's headed for the corner. Arancibia is headed for extra bases on his way to second with a double. His second hit tonight.
Swing hard. Fastball hard. And that ball gets into the zone, but Arancibia gets down and through it, able to get it over the head of Miguel Cabrera and give the Rays an opportunity here to try to retake the lead.
Now both of his hits have been to the right side. Single to the right side in the sixth, doubled up the right field line here in the seventh. Down and in to Sizemore, who drove in a run with a pinch hit single in the sixth. Two and 0 the count. A fly ball into center, short center. Ghost is there to make the catch. Sizemore, the second out. Arancibia still at second.
And I think Feliz victimized another bat. That ball got in on Sizemore. You could hear the crack. Dies in the glove of Ghost.
Here's Daniel Nava. Nava to pinch hit for Montour. So Mikey Montour scored a couple runs. Had a triple on the night. And with the hard throwing right-hander in there, The call goes out to Nava to pinch hit. And with that, here comes Brad Ausmus, the Detroit manager, out. He's used Boyd, Albuquerque, Gorzolani, and Feliz.
And now Blaine Hardy. I'm sure you're going to try to flip Nava around. Or maybe not. Maybe some instruction from the manager, which you don't often see.
Well, now there's the call. So another call to the bullpen. Feliz out after 2 hitters, back after this. We raise up for Sade and Artez from Academy Prep Centers of Tampa and St. Petersburg. Sade and Artez, 7th grade students and role models for the younger students at Academy Prep. The Rays' investment in students like Sade and Ortez provide a lasting gift, transforming student lives. We raise up for education. How do you raise up? The new pitcher is Blaine Hardy, making his 62nd appearance. We saw him yesterday for 2/3 of an inning. And the Rays will stay with Nava, the switch hitter.
One nice plus to pinch hitting a switch hitter. You bring in that guy and turn him around, and we've seen Nava be able to swing the bat effectively from the right side, and they need him to do it right here.
He takes the first pitch for a ball. The 5th pitcher for Detroit in the game. Strike at the knees. 1-1. Aaron Seabia's double, giving the Rays a man in scoring position. And it's blocked by McCann.
Yeah, really nice job too. That breaking ball far short of its intended target. McCann just kind of smothered it, got his whole body around that pitch and kept it right in front.
On the turn, nothing doing as Aaron Sebia draws the attention of Hardy. Two-one is tapped foul. Now 2-2. Two balls, two strikes. And a broken bat up the left field side. That's going to be fair, and the Rays are going to retake the lead as Daniel Nava comes in with a base hit, scoring Aaron Sebia. And it's 6-5 Rays.
Well, there's the breaking ball, and Daniel Nava, much like the bat of Aaron Sebia, it cuts itself right in half. This ball finds green grass. Rays find themselves in the lead again.
So Hardy gives up a base hit. The Rays get a run. And another pitching change for Detroit. Back in a moment. On the base hit by Daniel Nava. Here's what's coming up on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. It'll be tomorrow night when Jake Odorizzi goes to the Hill, and we'll hear from Jake. And Orestes will break down Ian Kinsler. (6-5) now. Alex Wilson will take over on the mound. He pitched 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit and picked up a strikeout yesterday. And here's Evan Longoria with a runner at first and 2 outs. Outside, a ball, no strikes. Evan with 66 runs batted in. It looks at a strike, now 1-1. Two balls and a strike. We're in the 7th inning. 6 Detroit pitchers. Five in the last inning and 2/3. Ground ball up the middle. There's a base hit. Nava advances to second. Evan has his second hit of the ball game. Tigers used 6 pitchers yesterday. 6 pitchers tonight.
How about, like you said, 5 in the last 5 outs? Well ahead of Mattingly's pace of 6 for 9 outs.
We're going to have to start keeping tabs on all of that now. Here's Logan Forsythe. And there's a ball.
Well, we talked about this earlier. This is what you can do once you get into September. You have all those arms to be able to go to try to play the righty-lefty matchup.
It's now 1-1.
Or in the case of Daniel Nava, you just flip him over to the right side where you think he's a weaker hitter than left-handed, and he comes through with a 2-out, 2-strike base hit into left. And the Rays got a chance to even add on from there.
Chop to third. Glove by Wilson. He steps on the bag to retire the side. But the Rays take the lead. 6-5.
Bottom of the 7th, thanks to a Daniel Nava pinch hit RBI single. In the top of the 7th, Chris Archer is back at it again, out in the community and making a difference in the lives of young men. Before tonight's game, he spoke to about 25 players from the Detroit RBI League. His go-to advice: stand out, don't fit in. These players were firing questions at the Rays ace about his mentality on the mound, his running routine throughout the season, and how to make it to the bigs. I think the most interesting things about these events is that it seems like Archer enjoys it as much as the kids do.
I'm not surprised by that at all.
No, and
he enjoys the interaction.
How many times have we seen it? You know, and it's not just like he's doing it when the team's at home. He does it on the road. Obviously, those events like today, have to be organized. And you're absolutely right. You talk to him about it, and he thoroughly enjoys doing it.
We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Rene Rivera takes over behind the plate with Alex Colomé on the hill. First pitch to Davis is upstairs. Daniel Nava stays on to play right field. Popped up right side, back foul toward the dugout. Going to be out of play. So the count is 1-1 here. Well, Erasmo Ramirez worked 5 innings plus. He had 9 strikeouts, 1 short of his individual game career high. Twice he had struck out 10. 9 tonight. Didn't walk anybody, but finished giving up 4 runs on 6 hits. Andres charged with a run, 1 walk, and Colome got credit for the full inning in the 6th, and he's out here working the 7th. That's a strike. 1-2 the count. Davis homered in the 3rd, struck out his last time. 3 home runs in the series. When he started this series, he had 4 home runs all year. And he's hit 3 home runs in his last, well, in a span of 4 at bats, he had 3 home runs.
I mean, this game can get goofy. Really goofy.
Colome strikes him out. Davis out on strikes for the 2nd straight time.
Well, this is the time here to just finish the Tigers. I mean, this is a team that coming into the series had lost 16 out of 19. They win a ball game yesterday, coming from behind a couple of different times. And the Rays up 4, gave it right back, able to increase that lead, get another run, and this is a huge inning for Colome. Top of the order, too.
Anthony Gose. There is a bunt attempt foul. Gose singled and scored a run in the 6th. Going to go through the middle into center field. Tigers have some speed aboard.
Well, and you got to be careful with the next couple of hitters. Obviously, Ian Kinsler, who's been hot over the last 3 weeks or so, very aggressive.
Kinsler 1 for 3, and this one to the backstop. Gose now in scoring position.
Well, and Dwayne, you mentioned that speed, and you're thinking about keeping an eye on him. He's got 20 stolen bases on the year, and you just threw him to second base. That ball wide of the mark. And now a man in scoring position.
Wild pitch, charge to Colome. Now tough now with a man in scoring position with Kinsler and Cabrera due up. This one blocked out in front. Ghost going to try to go to third. Throw is wide, and he is going to score. The game tied again.
Well, just when you think you've seen it all, another breaking ball by Colome, well in front of Rivera in the dirt. Nice job of blocking it, but it's off the chest protector and heads out towards the mound. Now Rivera's got to track it down and try to make a throw on the run. Those throws are hard enough. As an infielder that's used to those throws, he's full of equipment, and the throw's wide.
Let me get this straight. Single by Ghost, wild pitch to second, wild pitch to third, and scores on a throwing error by the catcher.
You nailed it.
High pop fly, short center off the bat of Kinsler. And out there's Forsythe to make the catch. I'm just thinking, you know, no two games are ever alike. And I think that's just true. One of the amazing things about this game, if you had the time to go through and break down every game that had ever been played, no two games would ever be alike. And I don't know that I've ever seen this happen in a major league game.
In two pitches?
Yeah.
2 pitches?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that. The game is tied now. Here's Miguel Cabrera. Pitch is a strike.
Yeah, it is mind-boggling. A wide breaking ball, runner to second. A short breaking ball, runner to third. A rushed throw, runner home.
I've seen that in other levels of baseball, not in the major leagues. High fly ball, center field. Kiermaier under it, makes the catch. And so the Tigers get a run. We're through 7, all tied at 6. And our gold and diamond source summary of this game. Rays had a 5-1 lead. Tigers got 4 in the 6th. The Rays 1 in the 7th. And then a gift wrap run for the Tigers in the bottom of the 7th has tied this game at 6. And so we go to the 8th with Asdrubal Cabrera to lead it off. He fouls it back. Strike one.
You know, and it's that inability to get the shutdown inning that has plagued the Rays once again. Especially after the 4-run lead. Okay, then you get 6-5. Good 2-out hit by Nava. And the manner in which they gave that lead up, you just hope to never see that again.
A strike the count to Cabrera. Shortens on the bat, takes the pitch down. 1-1. Alex Wilson, who got the final out in the 7th inning, out to begin the 8th. There's action in the bullpen. Drew Verhagen down there. 2-1. Fly ball, center field. That'll send Ghost back a few steps. A lot of territory in the outfield here. That's the first out in the 8th. Tim Beckham dude, John Jaso, will be called upon to pinch hit. Beckham the DH. So far in this game, every hitter in the Rays lineup has reached base, with the exception of Richie Schaefer, who's 0 for 3. Cabrera technically 0 for 4. He did reach on a fielder's choice. Everybody else, including the pinch hitters, have somehow been on base. So let's see how Jaso fares. Taking a strike. And Richie Schaefer has a chance because he's on deck.
He's due.
Mm-hmm. See him connect with one of those big swings.
Yeah, forget that. Forget getting on base. Just circle him.
Yeah.
I like that idea better.
Oh, sharply hit. That's fair. Cabrera comes up with it. So with the pitcher covering, Jaso is retired.
It's another byproduct of the shift. And they had an extreme shift on Jaso, where they had everybody pulled over. And that allows Miguel Cabrera right there to play close to the line. So a bullet like this is nothing more than a 3-1 out.
So here is Richie Schaefer. And the pitch is a strike. A couple of strikeouts for Schaefer. Hit the ball deep to left to the warning track in the 5th inning. Quickly down, 0-2. High foul, lifted back out of play. We've had 12 runs evenly divided, 18 hits. The Rays have 10 of those. The Tigers 8. Line drive into left. That ball caught by Davis. The ball caught him. Schaefer's going to continue to run as Davis left his feet and then came up holding the ball, trying to convince the umpires that he had caught it. And Kevin Cash is out, wondering if, in fact, they saw him catch the ball, and did he catch it?
Well, yeah, especially because once he threw it in, Davis did not sell it very well. Kind of hanging around out there a little bit. He's saying now that he caught it, but we'll see. Unless he's playing possum.
Yep. And Kevin Cash would like them to take a look at that. So Schaefer, the line drive to left, and Davis really was caught by the ball. You can see it come out of the glove.
Yeah.
And then you see perhaps a little chicanery after that.
Now the problem is, do you have an angle of it hitting the ground? Because the call on the field was out. So if you don't see that ball hit the ground, it comes out of the glove, but who's to say it didn't fall back into the glove when he went over to his side? You can't see.
And you wonder how many angles there will be on that play.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just that you went right here, okay? Ball's out of the glove for sure, but who's to say it doesn't fall right back in right there? You lose sight of it. Do you ever see it hit the grass? Or see it bounce up? I mean, that's the thing. And with them calling him out on the field, here comes the old clear and convincing.
You know, that's an interesting situation because you really wonder, even to make that call live one way or the other. It's one of those calls where you really don't see it to begin with.
Guessing.
Yep.
Guessing. And the only reason you can't overturn it because you never see that ball hit the grass, which it very well may have.
Yep. So the Rays are out in the 8th. We go to the bottom half, and this game is still tied. Game is tied 6-6. Hard to make sense of what's gone on here tonight so far. Bring your Rays superfan to Tropicana Field Sunday, September 13th for a Rays Superhero Cape T-shirt presented by the Tampa Bay Times. Available for kids 14 and under while supplies last. For tickets, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up. Well, Nathan Carnes comes out of the bullpen. He's been starting all year, as you know, and Kevin Cash has said it's not out of the realm of possibility that he would get another start or two. But out of the bullpen tonight, making his 27th appearance overall. And he enters this game here in the bottom of the 8th to face J.D. Martinez. Pitch is low. So Colomé gave up one unearned run in the 2 innings he worked, had 3 strikeouts and a couple of wild pitches. And a long one to left. That one is out of here. On a 1-0 pitch, J.D. Martinez makes it 7-6.
Nathan Carnes tried to power the fastball by J.D. Martinez, and he was having none of that. That ball leaked right back over the middle of the plate.
So Carnes on the second pitch he delivers. Touch for the home run, and here is Nick Castellanos. Want to know the count. Two and nothing. Rondon, Bruce Rondon, who finished the game yesterday, now throwing in the bullpen. Up the right side, and that's going to be out of play. 2-1. J.D. Martinez, the difference in the game right now. Liner into left. That's going to fall for a base hit. Sizemore makes the pickup. Castellanos, who had struck out 3 times, looking each time, singles into left here in the 8th.
Boy, a game that was so quiet for so long has just gone off the reservation, off the rails. I mean, 4-spot, a run, and then the craziest of runs, and then a call that gets confirmed or stands that may not have been caught, then a home run on a guy in his first relief appearance.
Yep.
Maybe you can explain this to me later.
You've seen
a lot more than I have.
This game is the kids left alone at home. That's what this game is. That's what it's turned into. Nice and orderly through the first half. James McCann, the catcher up here, he was hitting the head earlier in the game. 1-0. Carnes in a game for the first time since the 30th of August when he pitched 5 innings against Kansas City. Hunter takes off, cut the miss, throw down, and they got it. Forsythe puts the tag on Castellanos. So that erases the base runner and the base hit.
Well, Rivera up throwing quick, and Logan Forsythe letting that ball travel, and then you got a catch tag. Like right now, no time to waste. Boom, boom, right on the ankle. Well done all around.
Popped up. Coming in is Schaefer, who makes the catch right back of the mound. McCann pops out to first. So 2 gone. And Josh Wilson, who took over at third in the 7th inning, will get his first plate appearance tonight. Carnes throws it by him. That's a strike. 0-2. Ramirez 5+, 4 runs. Andres, one hitter. He walked him and he scored. 1 run charge to Colomé in 2 innings, and now Nathan Karns touched for a run on the leadoff home run by J.D. Martinez. Romine is on deck. Rays will have Kiermaier to lead off the 9th inning, and right now they're down by a run. Wilson out on strikes. So that takes care of Detroit in the 8th, but they score the go-ahead run.
A late 7-6 lead heading into the top of the 9th, where the Rays have one final shot to make this a ball game. Be sure to stick around after the game for Rays Live, the post-game show presented by Checkers. Rich and Orestes will be guiding the show from the studio. I will be in the clubhouse gathering interviews, Kevin Cash's press conference, and others from the clubhouse. Dwayne V.A., we'll send it back up to you.
Thank you very much. We go to the 9th. Bruce Rondon, who struggled yesterday and somehow emerged with a save, is back out there again tonight.
And you know what the Rays have working in their favor is he struggled yesterday. He only had to get 2 outs. Now he's got to get 3. We saw 3 different deliveries out of Bruce Rondon yesterday and very inconsistent command. Maybe tonight they get him.
Kevin Kiermaier leads it off against him. The big cut and a miss, strike 1. Fastball in at 98. So the Rays need at least a run, down 7-6. Back into the screen. 0-2. Kiermaier singled in the 3rd. Walked and scored in the 4-run 6th. Way upstairs at 100. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's up the left side, going to be foul. Out of play.
That's one of those instances of Kiermaier trying to rip one the first two swings, and then right there just trying to slap that ball the other way. Stay alive, ball in play, maybe it falls in. Find a way to get on base.
Well, this has been one of those games where some of the misfortune has been self-inflicted, but you just continue to swing away, try to punch your way through it.
I mean, you never know. You play all the way through. Sometimes you have to win ugly.
And now the count is full.
Oh, here you go. Same issues from last night. You're one pitch away from a base runner here with speed.
And ball 4. So after getting ahead of Kiermaier, Rondon walks him. So the Rays get the leadoff man aboard here in the 9th inning, and now James Loney will pinch hit for Rivera.
And you could see Brad Ausmus telling McCann to go out there and talk to Rondon about the fact that Kiermaier will run, and if he wants to get tricky with all of these moves and, you know, little Louis Tiant type action, he's going to get second base stolen. See that? Well, and you were up on him 0-2 regardless. But this is what has plagued this guy. And I don't know why he's got 3 different deliveries, having a hard time throwing strikes.
Loney takes the pitch down.
4. Make that 4 now. We've got the speed up quasi slide step. So we've added one here tonight.
And a foul ball. Fouls the fastball, a chopper. Rays get the leadoff walk. They've drawn 3 walks tonight. Kiermaier 2 of them. The count, a ball and a strike to Loney. And the move to first.
And if that is the move, just put that back in your pocket and leave it alone. And Kevin Kiermaier is going to feel very comfortable over there at first base.
And a line drive that's foul. Boy, that was shot up the right side, a broken bat. And Tim Timmons, the first base umpire, doing the limbo to get out of the way of that.
Yeah, broken bat notwithstanding, that ball got on him quick. Jeez.
Now it's a ball, 2 strikes. New bat in hand for James Loney. There's a base hit into left center field. Kiermaier advances to second, and the first 2 men are on. So Loney, who has been really special coming off the bench to pinch hit, comes up with another one there. 2 men on with nobody out in the 9th inning. And now Franklin will run for Loney. So Nick Franklin, who just rejoined the club up from Durham is the runner at first. And the Rays will have the top of the order coming up following the walk and a base hit.
Big meeting on the mound, too. Idea, Tigers thinking that Grady Sizemore, good chance that he's going to try to lay down a bunt here and move runners up to second and third. So they're going over their bunt defense.
And how about James Loney? 5 of 5 pinch hitting this year.
Well, he knows that's going to be, for the most part, my one at-bat for the night. He's able to lock it in. He went down and got an off-speed pitch there. Just soft-served it out into left center. Impressive.
So here's Sizemore. Great speed in Kiermaier at second. Franklin now running at first. Sizemore takes it low in the dirt. And for a moment, McCann couldn't find that one.
Well, and that was blocked by Chris Segal behind the plate. McCann misses it right there. Gets Segal right in the stomach.
The bouncer foul takes it to 1-1. Verhagen up in the bullpen. We saw him for an inning and 2/3 yesterday. Two men aboard with nobody out. And a strike call. It's 1-2. A little pop on the infield. And that's caught by Romine. So that's the first out. One out with 2 men on for Daniel Nava. Longoria follows Nava. Nava entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 7th and got a big hit to give the Rays the lead. Now they trail by 1. And that's a strike. Nava trying to gear for the fastball. Pitch is down. It's 1-1. One ball, one strike. And another pitch down. It's 2 balls and a strike. Rondon, the 7th pitcher of the game for Detroit. 6 of those after Boyd worked 5 innings plus. The 2-1 to Nava. Now 2-2. Rondon, hard-throwing right-hander, command the issue. 2-2. And this one in the dirt for ball 3 and blocked by McCann.
Well, another breaking ball, and McCann, a nice job of controlling that. Throwing with a lot of velocity, hitting out in front of the plate. Now another full count.
Well, if you're McCann, you've got your hands full with this guy.
I think everybody might feel that way.
Yeah, but McCann's been hitting the head tonight with the pitch.
That's true. Taking a beating.
So it's 3-2 now. 2 men on, 1 out in the 9th. Rays down 7-6. And a little tapper foul, in a protect mode. It's probably ball 4 right there.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Little breaking ball, yeah, well down and off the plate. You could really play like games with Rondon. What delivery, what pitch will he come with next? See if you can pair him up. Slide step heater, Louis Tiant slider.
3-2. And he walks him. And the bases are loaded. Second walk of the inning. Kiermaier pushed over to third. Franklin up to second. Nava draws the walk. Evan Longoria is going to be the hitter. And now the pitching coach, Jeff Jones, heads to the mound. And I'm not sure what he could tell him.
Obviously nothing. Because I guarantee you, we've seen him pitch twice, okay? He has shown the inability to command anything. So I would simply say to him, until you can start commanding pitches, you don't get to play around with 3 different deliveries. You throw 100, pick your foot up, put it down, and throw strikes. So obviously, and I'm sure that Jeff Jones and maybe other in the organization have had that talk with him, it's not getting through.
Between Jeff Jones and Brad Ausmus, a premier catcher in his playing days.
Right.
He knows what he's doing behind the plate with a pitcher.
You don't get the right to move your delivery around until you can throw strikes. I mean, that just, pick one you can throw strikes with and then build from there. He's got 3 or 4 that he can't throw strikes with.
So it comes down to the bases loaded, 1 out, and it's Evan Longoria in the box. He swings and lifts a high fly ball back into left. Davis toward the corner, and he makes the catch and drops it. Everybody's going to advance. The Rays have tied this game. Davis dropped the fly ball in left, and it's tied 7-7.
And this one we did see hit the grass.
So an error on that fly ball. It was going to tie the game. But what it does is give the Rays the bases loaded still with only 1 out.
Have you seen a game like this ever?
No. It just continues to get more obtuse. And the Rays have a tie game going here. With Logan Forsythe due up. And Brad Ausmus is going to ask them to take another look, and he's going to try to claim that the catch was made and he was taking the ball out of his glove.
Well,
the ball found its way out of his glove on its own volition. It popped right out.
Yep. This is going to be an easy review. I mean, this no chance he caught this one. Probably didn't catch the last one.
No.
Couldn't see that.
I mean, circumstantial evidence would tell you that he probably didn't.
Right.
And this one,
never under control.
You know, if he sold one that he didn't catch before, well, you know, things have a way of coming out even.
You can't challenge that. I mean, that's right.
So the Rays have pushed the tying run across. It's a 7-7 game. And of course, in this game, in a ball that was dropped by Davis to allow the tying run to score, of course you would have it reviewed.
And why is it taking this long? Oh, maybe they're doing that.
And they're looking at that play at third.
Looking at everything.
What they're looking at.
Yeah, and you know what? You can look at everything on the play. Let's take a look. Foot, bag, foot. Is it? Oh! You know what? They have a beat there.
But
that
he's got the left foot. Might get in there too.
Yeah, check the left shin. The right leg is going to come off the bag, but where is the left shin once it does? Right there, it's off. Left shin looks a little short. If they say that the glove's on him there, but is it? We'll see.
So they'll take a look at this, I'm sure.
Now it makes sense. You understand why it's taking so long. Yeah.
And that was Tim Welke rotating over to make that call.
Well, tonight I would have to say that nothing would surprise me. Not anymore.
So the question should be, will the bases be loaded with one out, or will they have men at first and second with 2 outs in a tie game?
Yep. That's exactly what it's going to come down to, and they're going to make their call right now.
And safe is the call. So Franklin over at third, Nava at second, and Longoria at first. And the call stands. And Logan Forsythe steps in here with 1 out and the bases loaded. The pitch is up. So Rondon has allowed 1 run, and the Rays trying to grab the lead. One ball, 1 strike. A little tap towards short. Throw to the plate is in time. Franklin out, forced at the plate.
Well, that was the only shot. The Tigers, no way you're going to be able to turn a double play. Wasn't hit hard enough, so Romine, who moved over to shortstop, has to come up firing. McCann grabs that ball for the force out. The Rays down to their last out here, trying to take the lead.
Well, there's Drupal Cabrera up here with the bases loaded. Cabrera does not have a hit tonight. Reached out a fielder's choice. And he fouls this one back for a strike. Nava's now the runner at third. Longoria's at second. Forsythe at first. And that's a strike taken by Cabrera. 0-2.
Well, that's the thing. You know, Rondon being careful with that slider. The last couple have been up. You know, he's been bouncing that pitch. Runner on third. He may bounce in the lead-changing run.
And up and in, down goes Cabrera. A ball, 2 strikes.
Well, Cabrera's starting to lean out over the plate, looking maybe for that pitch away. That pitch up and in, up near the head.
This will be the 30th pitch of the inning for Rondon. And a swing and a miss. Ball gets away. Now the throw down to first is high. But Cabrera comes down on the bag to retire Cabrera. A strikeout, and the putout is 2-3. And even that is not conventional. Rays tie the game on the error. We go to the bottom of the 9th. Tie ball game, 7-7. Tomorrow, we'll be with you at 6:30 on Sun Sports for the wrap-up game of this series with Jake Odorizzi on the hill, looking for his 7th win of the season.
Well, pitched very well against this team back in July.
Well, Nathan Carnes back out there on the hill, and the first pitch is fouled back by Romine. Romine, then Davis, and Anthony Ghost due to hit third. Ground ball and a base hit off the breaking ball. Romine is aboard to begin the bottom of the 9th.
Well, now you start to think about Davis laying down the bunt. Rays coming in, corner infielders, Schaefer, Longoria talking with Carnes. This may be one of those plays, too, where you look to cut down that lead runner at second base if Davis does lay it down. If you can get to it quick enough, if that's the play they put on.
And no indication there as Davis takes it for a strike. Luke Maile doing the catching. And Davis, a long look at Dave Clark. And a nice job by Maile there, as Davis did offer. And a good block by the young catcher.
Well, here you go. Ball in the dirt. Too far. And Maile, look at that. Look at that hop. Try to keep that runner at first. And now you got a chance to put away Davis.
Low, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Romine single to open the inning. And Maile's going to trot to the mound to make sure he and Carnes are on the same page.
Well, the one thing that we know about Carnes, and we already saw a glimpse of it with Maile's block, his put-away pitch a lot of times is that curveball. Got a lot of wild pitches because of that curveball. So you're going to have to be cat-like behind the plate. I've already seen it once.
Over to first, back in, Romine. Romine with 8 steals on the year. He's been caught 5 times. He picked up 2 RBIs tonight, and they're 4 runs, 6th. And is aboard to begin the bottom of the 9th. That's a foul ball back at third. Again, a move to first. Rays got the tying run home in the top of the 9th. They did leave the bases loaded. 1 on, nobody out in the bottom of the 9th for Detroit. And a swing and a miss. Runner's going to try to advance and will. On the strikeout in the dirt, Romine advances.
Well, there's that breaking ball in the dirt that allows the move up. And I'm going to tell you, man, you know, you start to think about the previous curveball and it got lined foul. And you think, okay, I need to go a little bit shorter than that. Well, shorter than that means in the dirt. And then you run the risk of the move up, and that's exactly what you get. You do get the out. But now a runner in scoring position with just 1 out.
And you'll deal with the top of the order. Anthony Gose, who has 2 hits, and Ian Kinsler behind him.
And you know he's going to want to go to the curveball in these situations, so you're going to have to continue to block and block well.
That one is high. A 1 ball, no strike count. One and one. Goes 0 for 4 in his career against Carnes. And he takes ball 2, 2-1. Cutting a miss.
Well, they've gone away from the curveball. A couple of back-to-back changeups. Chance to put away Ghosts.
The 2-2. And it's down. The fastball. Runs it full. Three balls, 2 strikes. Fly ball back into left. Sizemore going to the track for it, is there and makes the catch. The tag. Robine will advance to third on a long fly ball to the opposite field. Off the bat of Ghosts.
Boy, he put a charge into that one. We talked about it yesterday. Down the line, 345. And Grady Sizemore got to keep your eyes on it, keep your eyes on it, turn, make the catch, and get that ball back in. Now, here's the deal. 2 outs, retire the hitter, fine. Runner on third, the curveball in the dirt. That's the worry. Ian Kinsler, enough of a worry. The curveball in the dirt, the wild pitch, and a run scores.
Kinsler singled and scored in the 6th. He is 1 for 4. In the opening pitch, a fastball out of the zone down. 1-0. Upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. Ground ball, foul. 2-1.
Trying to stay hard in.
Runner at third. Two on the count. Now it's 3-1.
If you put him on,
you have Cabrera next.
You put him on.
Put him on.
You're not pitching to him first and third. Only 1 run matters. Make J.D. Martinez beat you, even though he's the one that homered off Nate Carnes in his last at bat. But try to come back and get Kinsler here. You don't have to worry about it.
3-1 and a high fly ball into center. Short center for Kiermaier, and that'll take care of Detroit in the 9th. Extra innings coming tonight. This game tied at 7. Jack Lake's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Lake's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Extra innings have not been kind to the Rays this year, as you know. They are 2-11 in extra innings. The Tigers are 4-8. Ian Kroll will be the new pitcher. And he'll be the 8th pitcher of the night.
Well, on for the 27th time, just recalled in time for this ball game. 22 strikeouts and 21 in the third innings. An opponent's average jumps out at you, as does the ERA. Time to get to work.
And the first pitch is up and in to John Jaso, the DH. He entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 8th for Beckham. It's 1-1. (7-11-1) for the Rays. They've left 7. 7-11-1 for the Tigers. They've left 4. And Jaso is out on strikes.
Well, Kroll just kept expanding the zone away. Gets the called strike, the swinging strike on the edge, and then the swinging strike on a ball that's off.
And Brad Ausmus is out. Richie Schaefer is due up here, so Kroll faces one man and strikes him out. So we're going to have a pitching change coming here. Kroll will depart, and we'll be back in a moment. The Rays saw him for an inning and 2/3 yesterday. He's on to make his 11th appearance.
Well, 13 innings of work. Not a lot of strikeouts, but not a lot of runs either. 2.08 earned run average.
He gave up a couple of hits yesterday, and one of them was an opposite field hit to Schaefer, who took that big swing and wound up cueing it into right field.
I was actually kind of surprised that Ausmus went to Verhagen in this spot.
There's a roller to short. Romine comes up and throws him out.
You know, we saw Verhagen warming up, and then all of a sudden when you saw Kroll come in, you say, well, you've got Jaso, you're careful with Schaefer, pitch him away, stay away from him, stay out of his power, and then you got Kiermaier. And you can think about those breaking balls working to Kiermaier. I like Kiermaier here on Verhagen, albeit with 2 outs.
Kiermaier did line a single off Verhagen yesterday and chops this one over to first. So he's out second to first. Kinsler taking care of that one on the first pitch. To lead off, J.D. Martinez second, and then Nick Castellanos due to hit third, with Nathan Carnes out there to begin his third inning of work.
Well, tall order here. You got to get to work, and you've got to be good with your location.
Cabrera is 2 for 4. And the pitch he takes down. An opening fastball, 1-0. Two balls, no strikes. Braves have had Ramirez, Andres, Colomé, and Carnes. The Tigers have used 9 pitchers tonight. 8 to cover the last, now 5 innings of this game. Boyd worked 5, their starter. Three balls, no strikes.
Well, Nathan Carnes wondering where that pitch was. He's trying to work carefully here to Cabrera and finds himself in a 3-0 hole. And you know he's got the green light, so don't just lay it in there.
And that is ball 4. Cabrera draws a leadoff walk on 4 pitches. The Cards immediately back to the stretch. J.D. Martinez, the hitter, And the pitch is low. Mahle asking for time on his way to the mound. Well, Martinez hit the home run in the 8th inning to greet Nathan Carnes. That made it a 7-6 game. The Rays got a run in the 9th to tie it. One ball, no strikes. Two and 0. So 6 straight out of the zone here. A 4-pitch walk to Cabrera. And now 2-0 to J.D. Martinez. Down the left side, that's foul. Hard hit line drive foul, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
Anxious. Boy, did he get the head out. Cleared there. 6 straight pitches out of the zone. Finally a fastball in, and Martinez too quick on it.
He takes a big cut and fouls it back. Out of play, 2-2. Castellanos on deck. And he lays off the curveball. 3-2.
I think right now everything that Martinez is looking for coming out of the hand of Nathan Carnes is up. Swung at the curveball up, didn't chase that curveball. That was a good chase pitch there by Nathan Carnes. He doesn't get it. Do you go back to it? Do you go back to the fastball? Or do you sprinkle in that changeup? Got to make a pitch.
3-2, and he got him. Came back with a fastball and struck him out.
And chased ball 4, really. From all those pitches, that was in the same spot that he was going after Miguel Cabrera with and not getting the call. And he chases down and off the plate on the heater.
This is Nick Castellanos. He picked up a base hit in the 8th. The pitch is in there for a strike. He's chasing that one.
Well, and now you've got the ability to do that a couple more times. That curveball, so much depth. He throws it hard. Good block back there by Mahle. Oh, and Cabrera over there on first base. Obviously, you're not worried about his speed, not worried about him going anywhere. That ball's going to have to get far away from Mahle.
It's a ball and 2 strikes. 1-2, and that's tapped foul. Here are the Rays and the Tigers in the bottom of the 10th. 7-7 ball game. Minnesota's lost. Kansas City beat the Twins 4-2. Blue Jays 5-1 over the Red Sox. Baltimore beat the Yankees in New York 2-1. A 1-2 count. Two and two.
Well, obviously, from what we've seen here, Nathan Karns making a concerted effort to keep that ball down. The fastballs that have been thrown all down, some in the dirt, the breaking balls all below the zone. Concerted effort through the middle of this Tiger lineup to work the knees. Oh boy.
And a fly ball up the right side, foul. Out of play. Extra innings, a major struggle for the Rays. They have not won an extra inning game in 3 months and 5 days. When Kevin Kiermaier's home run in Anaheim beat the Angels 6-5 in 10 innings. A 2-2 count on Castellanos. Looper into right center. That's going to be in there for a base hit, and Cabrera will get the third. Kiermaier had a misconnect out there, and Nava picked it up, made the throw back in. So first and third now.
Now the one fastball that stayed up, and look at Castellanos pull the hands through close to the body, stayed inside of that baseball, and that's why he got it out there. This play ends up meaning nothing because Miguel Cabrera was going to make it to third regardless, showing good hustle and a good read coming off of first base. And well, now you're in a little bit of trouble. You need a strikeout. You need a ground ball. The Rays middle infielders are going to look right now playing about medium depth for the opportunity maybe to turn a double play.
Brian McCann, the Tiger catcher up here. Pitch is up and in. 1 ball, no strikes. McCann hit by a pitch in the helmet back in the 6th. That forced in a run. He had a single in the 2nd.
Now, when you think about that ground ball, a potential double play, the fly ball is going to have to be pretty deep. The Rays may get a chance to throw out Cabrera.
Pitch is down, 2-0. There's a strike. 2-1. Hot shot foul back at third. And that takes the count to 2-2.
That puts Nathan Karns in the position to go for the strikeout now. You got to do some work to get into this type of count. You start to think, what's my best way of punching him out?
One out, a 2-2 count. And now we're going to go to 3-2.
Well, you could see how anxious McCann was to swing the bat. And that tells you something as a pitcher. He wants to end this thing. And you may be able to take advantage of that. Something close. The breaking ball right at the bottom of the zone.
Down to third. Cabrera's going to be tagged by Longoria. So they lose that man at third base, with Castellanos moving up to second. And McCann reaching on essentially a fielder's choice. Cabrera tagged by Longoria.
Well, and Evan got that ball hit right to him. No thought about trying to turn the double play. Just take the out, get the sure out, get the runner off of third. And now you're going out over the pitcher because you're facing Jeffrey Marte. A guy probably not highlighted during the initial meetings, but you're going over him now as Brandon Gomes gets loose in the pen.
Now Marte will hit for Josh Wilson. Marte just recalled from AAA Toledo prior to the game tonight. This is his second stint with the club. He was up earlier. Hit 15 home runs in the minor leagues. Hit 275 this year. And so it's Marte with men at first and second and 2 outs. Cut and a miss. Strike one.
Well, and that tells you all you need to know. If I'm Nathan Carnes, I just continue down that path. Breaking ball on the plate, below the zone, get the chase. Anxious hitter. Young hitter. Be smart and take advantage.
0-2 again.
And that wasn't even his best curveball. Obviously, Marte having a difficult time picking that pitch up because this one stays over the plate and in hittable range and still misses it by a good margin. Do it again. You could tell him.
It's a ball and 2 strikes.
A ball loose in center field. Dwayne, I think this game has moved into the territory. It's a shame that someone has to win it.
It's been an amazing experience.
That's the word. It's been an experience.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count on Marte. And he strikes him out. The Tigers leave 2. So Nathan Carnes strikes out Marte to end this threat. And we go to the 11th, 7-7. presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Marte now stays on to play third after hitting for Josh Wilson. We're moving into the 11th inning. Rays facing Drew Verhagen. And Luke Maile will open the 11th for the Rays. Maile took over behind the plate following Aaron Sebia and Rivera. And the pitch is a strike from Verhagen. One and one. A ball, 2 strikes. On the breaking ball there from Verhagen. Swing and a miss at the pitch in the dirt. And down to first to complete the strikeout.
Now taking advantage of young hitters with the big breaking ball. Verhagen, couple in there for a strike, and then he bounces the one wide of the plate. Maile, he's trying to protect. Cannot get to it. Out number 1.
Here's Sizemore. Down to short, surrounded by Romine, and the throw to first in time. A couple of quick outs here. He got 2 quick outs on ground balls when he came into the game in the 10th. And a ground ball there from Sizemore on the first pitch. Here's Daniel Nava. Well, Nava singled in a run in the 7th and drew a walk in the 9th inning. Takes the breaking ball down and in, turning away from it. 1 ball, no strikes. And a fastball down there, out of the zone. 2-0. That's a strike. It's 2-1. Tapper foul. It's now 2-2. Calm has descended over the ballpark.
Everybody left. Did you see the exodus in between innings?
Yep, after the 10th inning. That's a foul ball back. There's always one guy you can hear, though.
Yeah,
and he'll be here until the end. 2-2 the count on Nava.
He's not a Rays fan, and he's taking shots at our players.
That's right. Oh, strike 3 call. 2 strikeouts in the inning. We'll go to the bottom of the 11th with our game still tied 7-7. Detroit, they're legends, icons, and warriors. And starting next month, two of the biggest names in the UFC will face off as coaches. As interim featherweight champion Conor McGregor and Uriah Faber join an all-new season of The Ultimate Fighter. The mayhem begins Wednesday, only on Fox Sports 1. Brandon Gomes takes over on the hill for the Rays. He is pitcher number 5 for Kevin Cash. 52nd appearance for Gomes. And a breaking ball in there. It's strike to Romine. Andrew Romine now playing shortstop. Started the game at third. High fly ball back into right center. That's Nava making the catch. And one out in the 11th for Rajay Davis. Well, Davis homered against Gomes yesterday.
Payback. That's what Brandon Gomes is thinking. That's what the Rays need. Another 0, give themselves another chance.
One ball, no strikes. He did not go on the pitch up.
Let's take a look.
Come on. 2-1. There's a strike, 2-2.
Gomes mixing the pitches, mixing the location.
Roller to the right side. Gomes will have to get over there in a hurry, and they just got him. Davis going in head first. Tim Timmons on the call.
I don't know how many times do you hear it. Don't leave your feet and dive into first base. Richie Schaefer quick leading Brandon Gomes. Oh boy, that hand may have gotten in there.
So the umpires will take a look at this.
Well, that's you can see the foot of Brandon Gomes coming down the left hand into the bag.
Well, Davis with his great speed was forcing the issue on that play from the beginning.
Here's the look right here. Foot's coming down, hand, fingers above. I even maybe go, yeah, there you go. Now the hand's on the bag. Your fingers are above, now the hand hits. Yeah, they're safe. Wow.
So it was that close on the infield hit. So the call is overturned. The crew chief review overturns the call. So speed at first, and Anthony Gose at the plate.
And maybe a little bit of a lean right there. And Davis either thinking about going or getting that one-way lead to force a throw from Gomes. Although with those one-way leads, you're typically not leaning. That's why it's called a one-way.
And a move to first, and he just got back to the back of the bag.
I'll tell you, quick feet by Gomes. And Rajai Davis had to dive wide of first base and catch that with his right hand. Watch how deep he goes, trying to get to that back corner and have the tag miss him. And Kevin Cash may want that looked at. That tag scraping across the back. Did the glove scrape the jersey? Is it?
So they'll look at that.
Yeah.
How about all of this?
Why wouldn't it happen here in this game?
Yep. So it will be reviewed.
Well, Davis knew he was in trouble, and that's why he dove so far wide of the bag and reaching back with that right hand. And does that tag get the shirt? We'll see.
Well, Schaefer putting the tag on him. Davis trying to get back to the bag. Safe at first, the call on the field. It was a close play, allowing Davis to reach initially, and a close play now on the pickoff attempt. So this might take a little longer than the initial call that was overturned. So a challenge on that safe call at first on the pickoff attempt. And they're taking plenty of time. Now they will render a decision. And that initial call safe at first, and Davis will stay put. So now Gose takes the pitch, and that's a strike. Well, Davis has been the center of attention. That's the fourth review tonight involving Rajai Davis. Back in standing. A little trouble once he got to the bag there.
And remember, he was part of that triangle for the Blue Jays in left field with Kawasaki, Munenori Kawasaki, and Brett Lawrie.
Yeah, they were fun to watch, those three.
I mean, fidgety and moving around, tons of energy. Now that was almost right there, the quasi pitch out. Not a true pitch out, but certainly not a fastball that you're trying to be competitive with to see maybe if Davis was going there.
A 1-1 count. cut and a miss.
A good split right there by Brandon Gomes to get a 1-2 count.
Now a move to first, and boy, they almost went over there when he started to move. Almost got him in between. And again, a balk.
Yep.
Has been called here against Gomes.
Yep. And you know what? When you're watching it, he comes set, and that front shoulder flinched before he went over. He was really trying to sell this, and watch the front shoulder. And you get to a review of it, replay, and that's exactly what Chris Segal told Kevin Cash. Watch the front shoulder. Right there. That little flinch before he pulls off is what got him.
So now a man at second with speed. 1-2 the count to Anthony Gose. Chopper right side. Forsythe will make the play, and over to third goes Davis. He'll be there with 2 outs, and Ian Kinsler coming up. Well, Kinsler singled and scored in the 6th. He is 1 for 5. The infield hit put Davis aboard. He's now at third. Kinsler takes strike 1.
Boy.
0-2. Brandon Gomes took over here in the 11th. Ramirez worked 5 innings plus. Andres Colomé 2, then Carnes for 3. Now Gomes. And a pop fly into left. Cabrera out, Sizemore there, and he makes the catch. The Tigers leave a man at third. On to the 12th, 7-7. MLB give us a look at next year's schedule. Releasing that today. The Rays opening day will be the 4th of April against the Blue Jays. Interleague opponents at home include the Dodgers, the Giants, the Padres, and the Marlins. And on the road, we'll go to the Dodgers, the Diamondbacks, the Rockies, and, of course, the Marlins. We go to the 12th inning tonight in Detroit. Evan Longoria leads off, and a breaking ball is in there for a strike. Evan with a couple of runs batted in. He hit that towering fly ball in the 9th that Davis dropped out there, and that allowed the Rays to tie this game. 1-1 now to Evan. Been an interesting night for Rajah Davis. That's ball 2, 2-1. He was left on third in the bottom of the 11th. And now the count on Longoria goes to 3 balls and a strike. Full count. Verhagen has a couple of strikeouts and 3 ground balls. Actually, yep, 3 ground balls. There's a pop fly back into right. That's going to carry. Martinez went back to the edge of the grass and made the catch on the fly ball to the opposite side. One out for Logan Forsythe. Logan drove in a run in the 4-run 6th. Scored a run as well. He pops it down the right side. That's going to fall out of the reach of Martinez. Upstairs, 1-1. One and two.
I'll tell you, that's been an impressive pitch for Verhagen. That curveball gets a lot of depth. He's not afraid to throw it in any count. Nice and tall, stays tall on the mound.
It's 2-2. Again, a fly ball into right. J.D. Martinez grabs this one. 2 outs. The 2 up, 2 down. And as Asdrubal Cabrera officially 0 for 5.
Looking to launch here.
Mm-hmm.
You know he's going to. And why not? That may be the way that this has to end.
He takes a strike in at 93. And that's foul the other way, 0-2. Two fly balls to right so far here in the 12th. It's 1-2. Rays do not have a base runner in extra innings tonight. There's a base hit into right. So 2-out single.
Well, I'll one-up you. The Rays do not have a run in extra innings tonight. Pitching change.
And John Jaso is due. And Brad Ausmus heads to the mound. So we'll be back with the 10th pitcher of the night for the Tigers. Pitcher number 10. Ryan making his 12th appearance, 1-3 with a .592 earned run average.
Well, fastball, slider will cut the fastball, and he'll go with the changeup against right-handed hitters. That's only relevant because that's what he'll be facing. And Joey Butler coming on to pinch hit here.
Yeah, Joey Butler, the only man, the only position player left on the bench for the Rays. So they will have exhausted the bench with Butler entering the game to hit for Jaso. And 10 pitchers tonight on the hill for the Detroit Tigers as we play in the 12th. As Jubal Cabrera is the base runner. And Cabrera back in. There's a chop out to second. Kinsler, the underhanded toss to Romine, and that retires the Rays in the 12th. Still tied 7-7. Andrew Bellotti will take over on the hill. He becomes pitcher number 6 for the Rays. Brandon Gomes, the 5th pitcher. So the Rays got 5 innings plus from Ramirez. A hitter from Andres, he walked, and then 2 innings from Colomé, 3 innings from Carnes, and 1 in the 11th inning from Gomes. And now it's Bellotti. And the Tigers will have Miguel Cabrera to lead off, with J.D. Martinez due next, and then Nick Castellanos. Cabrera 2 for 4. He also has a walk. First pitch is too low. And a strike. Bellotti up from Durham today, his 4th stint with the Rays. 24-year-old right-hander. It's 1-2.
Boy, off speed, good change piece by Andrew Bellotti. Gets the jump on Cabrera, 1-2. I'll tell you what, he's shown himself quite well. 2 earned runs in just 12 innings of work, 7 hits. Been impressed with his poise for a young pitcher with not a lot of time, obviously, in the big leagues.
And he gets Cabrera, who tried to check. So he strikes out a dangerous hitter right there.
Boy, and struck him out without really throwing a strike. Especially here at the end, the last 2 pitches down and out of the zone. Cabrera just not recognizing and cannot hold up in time.
Here's J.D. Martinez. Martinez has a bases-loaded walk and a solo home run to account for both of his runs batted in tonight. Out of play, 0-2. A ball, 2 strikes. So we've had 16 pitchers in this game.
And there's plenty left.
That's strike 3. You got him looking. So a couple of strikeouts here of 2 dangerous hitters in Miguel Cabrera and J.D. Martinez.
It's almost like these guys, both of them, Martinez and Cabrera, have no idea what Bellotti throws, or at least cannot recognize it. Cabrera going out of the zone a couple of times. Martinez getting hung up on that slider that hung. And you're 1 out away from buying yourself another chance. Got to continue to make pitches, though.
Here's Nick Castellanos. 3 strikeouts and 2 singles tonight. And he was searching.
It really is. It has the feel of a team that has no scouting report on this guy. Like, who is he? Bilotti. Anybody seen Bilotti before? What's he got? You're right. These swings have been really non-competitive.
It's 1-1. High fly ball to center. Kiermaier waiting for this one to come down, and it's a 1-2-3 12th inning for Andrew Bilotti. On to the 13th, tied at 7. The Rays facing Kyle Ryan. He is the 10th pitcher of the night. He came on to finish off the 12th. And Richie Schaefer leads off the 13th. First pitch is a strike. Schaefer looking for his first hit tonight. And there it is, a base hit through the hole and into left. So Schaefer now is aboard, and that will get Kevin Kiermaier up there against the lefty, Kyle Ryan.
Off-speed pitch left out over the plate. Richie Schaefer able to get full extension, and he finds a hole on the left side. Finally, the Rays here able to get a leadoff man aboard in extras.
Each team now with 13 hits. And now Kevin Kiermaier with a couple of walks and a base hit, 2 runs scored. Schaefer back in there. Kiermaier takes a strike. Ryan on the mound and action in the bullpen for the Tigers. That's been the case all night. It's a roller foul. 0-2. It's Jeff Farrell throwing in the bullpen. Counting Farrell, they have 3 men left in the bullpen. The Rays have 6. A bit close there to Kiermaier. Kiermaier pops this one back at third. Chased by Marte, but it's out of play.
And a race to the ball. Can you find it? Can Kevin Kiermaier find some green grass and really give the Rays a good start to this inning?
Inside, 2-2. Tigers utilizing 10 pitchers tonight, which equals a team record. And that's pop foul, third base side. Marte after that one, but it's out of play. Ryan has given up the hit to Schaefer. And Kiermaier battles, fouling another one back.
Well, this really helps Kevin Kiermaier. The more that he can see of Ryan, the lefty, it's been trying to cut that front door, cut that fastball inside, and then work the slider away. And the more that you can see, the more comfortable you get. And you're just thinking about putting this ball in play.
There's a line shot to first, and they're going to get a double play.
He tagged him right in the bill of the helmet.
How about that? A line shot that results in a double play.
And the only way this play is made is because Miguel Cabrera is holding the runner on, so he can't get that far off the bag. And then catch, swipe the tag, and he did. Hit him right in the ear hole and pop that helmet right off his head. Right there.
So the Rays lose that base runner. Here's Luke Maile swinging and missing. Strike one. Boy, that's tough to lose the base runner on a hot shot. Now a bouncer down to third. Marte's throw to first in time. Rays get a leadoff single. Do not score. Still 7-7 in the 13th. Now a special edition of Late Night with the Rays as we have passed the bewitching hour. So it comes to you from Comerica Park in Detroit tonight. Extra innings and Late Night with the Rays.
It's come unhinged. It has come unhinged. They may have come over from the AC/DC concert.
Yeah, it was held next door. We've outlasted that.
By far. They may be here.
So we go to the 13th, bottom half. The catcher, McCann's going to lead it off. James McCann. How about this? Rays pitching through 12 innings, recording 36 outs. 18 strikeouts tonight for Rays pitching of the 36 outs recorded. Velotti's pitch hit on the ground deep short. Cabrera's throw and a scoop attempt. Schaefer cannot come up with it. And McCann has a base hit.
Well, it was a ball in the hole. Is going to be a tough play for Cabrera, but he gets to it. Now you try to get it over there, get it close, give Richie Schaefer a chance, and the ball just rattles in and out of the glove.
So a base runner for the Tigers. Tigers pick up their 13th hit.
Well, if you can develop a curveball right now, you can get this guy.
Yeah, here's Jeffrey Marte. And he's trying to bunt and bunts it foul.
Well, and Evan Longoria was right down on top of Marte. If he bunts it up the third base line, book it. Longoria fields, cuts the lead runner at second base. We've seen the Rays do this before. And he was right on top of him. I mean, look at him limbering that arm up to make that throw.
And there's a bunt right side. Velotti drops it and a late throw to first. So McCann moves to second. Marte bunting, sacrificing. And Velotti going to take the play at first and could not find the handle. So a sacrifice and an error charge on that play.
Well, he tried to, it sped up on him. You could see him mouth to himself as he was walking back to the mound, I've got to slow it down. He got to it in time, was going to take the out. The head comes up as the transfer's taking place, and the ball never got into the hand.
Andrew Romine hitting from the left side. McCann at second. First and second, nobody out. Romine showing bunt, takes the pitch down. This is the longest game the Rays have played this season. They passed the 5-hour mark. Previous high was 4:30. A 12-inning game against the Yankees back on the 3rd of July in New York. Bunt foul takes the count to 1-1. Velotti had a 1-2-3 12th. Now the bunt. Velotti's throw to first in time. The runners move up to second and third. So another sacrifice. 1-3 on this one. And who would be up besides Rajai Davis? And Jim Hickey heads to the mound for the Rays.
And you wonder if they'll pitch to him. Or do you walk him and go ahead and take the force play at any base? Only one run matters, and that's down at third base. And if they don't pitch to him, then you're going to have Bilotti unless it on the left-handed hitting ghost.
Well, this has been quite a series for Davis. He had 2 home runs yesterday. Hit one his first time up tonight. He's been involved in 4 replays in this game.
In this game. Man.
And here is Davis with men at second and third and the infield up.
And they are going to go after him.
And a fly ball, short left. Sizemore with a catch. Tag. McCann's going to try to score, and this game is over. Davis ends it on a sacrifice fly to left. And in 13 innings, the Tigers have beaten the Rays tonight. It's an 8-7 final. Rajai Davis, who opened the scoring back in the third for the Tigers with a home run, closes it out with a sacrifice fly to left, scoring James McCann. And the Tigers have taken the first 2 games of this series. And for the first time this year, the Rays fall as many as 4 games under 500. 5 hours and 3 minutes, the time of this game. 8 runs, 14 hits, an error, and 8 men left on for the Tigers. For the Rays, 7-13-2 with 8 left. Ryan will get the win. Kyle Ryan, his record 2-3, and Andrew Bilotti